Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Bakugo let Deku save him? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Bakugo brushed past his mother as she washed the empty dishes, making his way to the end of the house. The room was dim, but outside the windows, the sky was painted orange as the sun set. A sense of calm washed over him, his shoulders slumping and arms relaxing at his sides. He sighed quietly. As the sky deepened into a darker blue, Bakugo retreated to his room to call it a day. Sleep came easier that first night. However, late into the night, he was jolted awake by the loud voices of his parents arguing. He rolled out of bed, still half asleep, and grabbed the earphones from his desk, blasting music to drown out the noise from downstairs. After listening to a dozen songs, the vibrations finally ceased, allowing him to put his phone down and attempt to rest, though sleep still eluded him. Great, he muttered to himself. The lack of sleep left him with droopy eyelids in class. Resting his chin on his palm, he watched his friends debate an issue he knew he wouldn't remember 5 minutes later. He managed to avoid Kaminari's wave, turning his head away. It might have seemed rude, but it was the first thing that came to mind. At first glance, people might think Bakugo was distant from his classmates, but the reality was quite the opposite. They had learned through experience that when Bakugo wasn't in the mood, it was best not to push him. While it wasn't always easy to tell, the number of times he had exploded in frustration had significantly decreased recently. Over time, the class had grown closer, though they remained unaware of Bakugo's family situation, which he kept entirely separate from school. Only his childhood friend, Izuku Midoriya, had a brief understanding of his troubled home life. As they grew up, Bakugo had pushed him away. It wasn't healthy to carry all that emotional weight alone, but he wasn't keen on letting others know about his struggles. If he didn't break down from holding it all in, what was the real risk? He used to cry at home until his father caught him with swollen, tear-stained cheeks. He cried at school until a teacher called his parents about it. He even cried at the park near his house, but with the recent attention on becoming a hero, he couldn't risk anyone recording him. The last time he had truly cried was during the villain kidnapping. Despite the humiliation he faced, it somehow felt justified to let the tears flow. He was in pain, not a spoiled brat, but he still felt responsible for the stress he brought to his family. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he realized he had fallen into a daze. Physically present, but mentally on autopilot, he numbed himself to block out any impending breakdowns caused by the negativity swirling in his mind. Maybe there was a word for it, but he didn't care to find out. He wasn't crying after all. He remembered what class he was in. Midoriya pulled him toward the treadmills. As he climbed onto one, he glanced down at his friend and muttered, "Sorry, I just really like the treadmills." He also remembered that the class was paired up, and lucky him, he was with Midoriya. Sighing, he hopped on the treadmill next to his friend and turned it on. Neither spoke, both focused on running at the fastest pace they could manage until the timer went off. With bent arms, Bakugo sprinted, noticing that Midoriya was at a higher level but not running as fast. How did he always manage to do better? Did he even try hard enough? The same pattern continued with the bars they climbed, the stationary bikes, and finally the push-ups. He expected Midoriya to celebrate his victory, but instead, he patted Bakugo on the back and cheered him on, which only fueled Bakugo's frustration. Was he pitying him? "I don't want your pity." Bakugo swiped Midoriya's hand away as he walked past, heading back to the changing rooms. "Kaken, wait." Midoriya hurried after him. "I didn't mean to pity you, I was being genuine. You still hit new records that you couldn't achieve before, and that should be celebrated." "But I didn't do as well as you," Bakugo thought. It felt pathetic to voice that, so he simply grunted and went to change out of his sports uniform. A shower was definitely in order. The warm water, nearly burning his skin, soothed him perfectly. Stepping out of the tub, he wrapped a towel around himself and used another to vigorously dry his hair. He didn't bother brushing it. It naturally puffed back into its spikes. Afterward, his mother called him down for family dinner. He sat on the edge of the table, his mother beside him, with their father in the middle. He scraped food onto his fork, trying to distract himself with anything his mind could conjure. When he looked up, he caught his mother glaring at him. From the look on his father's face, they must have been arguing again. "Are you deaf? Respond when I call your name," she snapped. He rolled his eyes. "Whatever. Don't use that tone with me." "Mitz," his father interjected. "Leave him alone, he's just a teenager." "No, this boy is spoiled. That's what he is. We do so much for you." "Enough. He hasn't done anything. Back off." Bakugo glanced between his parents as they exchanged heated glares. His mother stormed away, muttering about feeling tempted to run away and never come back. "Get back my life," she said. "I wasn't the one who lied about getting PR gin and tea," his father replied. What did he mean by lying? Bakugo hadn't heard this part before, and he wanted to listen yet run away at the same time. "Don't you dare mention this in front of Katsuki, you thick man." Enough was enough. Bakugo stood up, ignoring the squeal of the chair as he made his way back upstairs. He collapsed onto his bed and groaned, wanting nothing more than to sleep and forget everything. Luck was never on his side when it came to sleep, so he just lay there, rolling around every few minutes to find a comfortable position. Bored, he opened his phone to occupy himself. He only saw his father before bed. The man opened the door to give a smile to his son, but his eyes were red from crying, which made the smile feel suffocating. Before leaving, he made sure his son heard him. "You both will miss me when I'm gone." He always said the most absurd things when he was upset, and Bakugo used to feel terrible about it. Now, he felt nothing and just tried to sleep. Well, maybe he felt a bit awkward, but that was about it. Today, Aizawa was sick or something like that. Bakugo wasn't really paying attention at the beginning, but he knew that All Might was taking over. He didn't feel as tired but instead felt it. Bitterness in his throat regarding the situation at home, as if it was twisting every aspect of his life. At this point, he wondered if he enjoyed school more because he could play a character and immerse himself in being this strong person. Slowly, it started to blur who he really was, and he wondered if everyone else noticed that too. The observant Midoriya could easily tell that Bakugo was mentally struggling, from the way he sluggishly walked and stared with dry eyes. He appeared exhausted, to be frank. Then there was yesterday, when he had actually refused praise, which raised questions about how well the blonde was doing. Bakugo wasn't someone who accepted being vulnerable, and whatever was upsetting him was likely buried deep. Midoriya knew he needed to help in any way possible. To Bakugo, he couldn't stop staring at All Might's actual form, how weak he looked. All because of him. He felt disgusted with himself for what he had caused, the top hero losing his career. Looking at him was too painful. He couldn't help but engrave each flaw he saw in his idol into his mind. He really didn't want to exist right now. Emphasis on the didn't. Bakugo had enough and couldn't think straight, so he walked out of the class, the noises around him fading into silence. He ended up in the corridors, leaning back against the wall. Footsteps echoed, and he turned his head to see the green-haired boy sprinting toward him. "Kaken! Why did you walk out of class, idiot?" Bakugo scoffed. "Well, I asked All Might and he let me check on you. Let's go for a walk." "Peace off, Deku." Midoriya shook his head and slowly started walking, keeping his arm linked with Bakugo's. Bakugo reluctantly walked next to him, groaning. They made it to a vending machine, and Midoriya bought juice boxes for both of them. They emptied the drinks while sitting on a bench outside. Despite idolizing All Might even more than Bakugo did, Midoriya never scolded him or blamed him for what happened. He'd want to kick himself until he was bruised, yet this guy acted like nothing had changed. "Is there something on my face?" Midoriya mumbled, searching through his pocket for a mirror. "Oh, he was staring." "No, I was thinking. It's not all about you, you know." He should listen to his own advice, like the one he gave on the last day of middle school. "Kaken, I want you to know you can always talk to me. The past means nothing to me, you're still my best friend and I'll be here. I know something's up, but I won't force you. I just want you to feel able to talk if you ever feel up for it." Bakugo looked up at his friend with glossy eyes. "Best friend, huh?" "Yes." Neither spoke afterward, both feeling a sense of comfort from being in this moment together. It was something Bakugo was originally reluctant to accept, but it was undeniable that the annoying green kid soothed the storm inside his mind. They went to their next class, although in different rooms, which felt easier for Bakugo since fewer questions would be asked. Aside from the teacher's snarky comment on his late entrance, no one paid attention to Bakugo, allowing him to zone out. Bakugo finished brushing his teeth and tossed the toothbrush into a cup. On his way back to his room, he paused as faint muttering echoed from his parents' shared bedroom. Believing his name was mentioned, Bakugo leaned against the door to hear more clearly. "We'll tell him when it's sorted, it doesn't mean anything. You can't keep it from him." Bakugo kicked the door open, and both of them shared the same widened eyes. "Keep what from me?" he demanded, feeling his built-up frustration release like steam from a kettle. "Oh, nothing, son." His dad waved his hands around. Bakugo knew that was nonsense. Can't keep it from the nosy boy. We're getting a divorce. He's taken 16 years from me, and I refuse to let him have any more. I need my happiness back." Her words cut through the room, affecting the husband she chose to marry. It was painful to see how much it impacted his dad. He tried to put on a brave face for his son, to retain the shattered dignity he had left, but it wasn't very successful. "Stop talking about him like that." "I'm not talking nonsense. I'm stating the truth, he's made me miserable." He regretted listening in, nothing was gained from it. As he left the room, Mitsuki turned her attention back to the man she was about to leave. "This is ridiculous." Bakugo mumbled as he threw the blanket over himself, falling asleep after some struggle. He woke up and reached for his uniform but remembered it was the weekend. He slouched his shoulders and hung his head low. Weekends were terrible, and the weeks off were even worse. Maybe they'd stay in their rooms and mope like they usually did after an argument. As he trailed down the stairs, things were different from the past. His mother sat at the table as if she were waiting for him, tapping her shoe against the wood. Meanwhile, his father was nowhere to be seen. She immediately began to speak, not giving Bakugo a chance to say good morning. To be honest, he wasn't going to, but one can imagine. "We're both getting a divorce. You're staying here with me. We'll start the paperwork today to get this done as soon as possible." "Hey, don't look at me like that. In the long run, it'll be better for both of us. You don't need such a bad example in your life." They were serious about it. Usually, they'd forget in the morning, but here his mother was, giving clear signs that it was over. Afterwards, he retreated to his room and watched YouTube until it was later in the day. Wow, was it already 3 in the afternoon? He hadn't eaten yet but didn't feel hungry either. It was so quiet in the house, and he grew to hate it, despite the yelling not being any better. No messages in the group chat for Bakugo to critique, and he wouldn't go and personally message anyone, so he accepted being alone. Dinner time came soon, and with nothing made, he decided to sleep it off. On Sunday, his father went to work without seeing Bakugo beforehand, where he would usually say goodbye for the day. He groaned as he went downstairs, planning to make himself some cereal. With minimal mess, he sat down with a spoon and hastily ate. His mother stomped down shortly after and began speaking poorly about her husband. Bakugo grumbled along, too tired to deal with it. When she had enough of degrading the man, she went to get herself some breakfast. Why can't he keep things organized? Where's the sugar? The spoon stirred the pieces around, making a small whirlpool. He always does this. Can't he just be organized? The whirlpool ceased to exist as the spoon dropped. "Mom, drop it," he sighed. "Are you on his side, Katsuki?" "Not on anyone's side." "Then I haven't done anything wrong. I don't know why you're acting like I have." He looked up and saw the scowl across his mother's face. She was taking out her frustration on him, nothing new there. "Katsuki," she screamed. "What?" His eyelid flinched. "Answer me." "On what?" She didn't even reply. What was this woman on about? It felt nonsensical at this point, another rant she was monologuing about. The cereal was poured down the sink, and he slowly watched the water drain. He dropped the bowl and ignored his mother's yell to stay with her. Slamming the door behind him, he flopped onto the bed and blinked multiple times, expecting tears, yet nothing. He was completely dry. Flopping on his back and staring lazily at the ceiling, his thoughts wandered away. It kept him occupied long enough that he didn't even recall the time his mother banged against his door to get his attention. Bakugo woke up the next day and threw on his uniform without complaint, fixing his hygiene and having a few spoonfuls of cereal before finally finding his bag. The door shut behind him, and taking a few steps onto the street, he inhaled the fresh air of the day. He may have even skipped for some of the journey. He entered the school, went up to his classroom by stairs, and kicked the door open. No one turned their head, used to the entrance of their classmate. He dropped his bag next to the desk and sat down. Kirishima was usually late, but today he magically appeared, leaning his elbow on Bakugo's desk with a grin. "Microsoft speaking, can I help you?" Kirishima chuckled, remembering the inside joke they made a while ago. "Well, you seem in a good mood today. What's the occasion?" "What do you mean, Sharky?" "You're smiling." He didn't realize he was smiling. His mouth relaxed and his forehead creased. Was he really enjoying school that much? And he was becoming a nerd like Deku. It wasn't as embarrassing, though, more confusing. "Oh, I see." He smirked. "Did you miss us?" Kirishima nudged his shoulder. "What?" "No, as if." Bakugo panicked at his words, realizing that he had agreed to Kirishima's tease. The other was just as surprised by the response. He pulled Bakugo by the sleeve so he was standing and then gave him a big hug, using his quirk so Bakugo couldn't move. "Ah, you're adorable, Baku bro." "I am not, get off." "Ah." That was Mina, Bakugo realized. She probably entered the classroom a few seconds ago. "What's going on here?" "Oh, Mina. It's evolution," Baku bro admitted he missed us. She squealed loudly and jumped into the hug, nearly toppling them both over like dominoes. Bakugo stared at the posters on the wall, his head resting on Kirishima's shoulder. He liked that his friends cared and therefore stayed in the hug a little longer, savoring the comfort he subconsciously needed. The attention Midoriya gave to Bakugo grew from rare encounters to casual appearances. It was left unquestioned by most who assumed it was typical behavior for Midoriya, being supportive to all his classmates. Kirishima, being one of the closest to Bakugo, noticed and was the only one that verbally questioned the change purely intrigued. Bakugo responded with a snarky comment, and the wonders soon floated away. But the question didn't leave his mind as quickly as it did for Kirishima. In fact, why was he putting in such effort to hang out with Bakugo, way more than he usually would? There had to be a reason for it. Did he make it obvious that his general situation wasn't ideal? He thought he had kept it under wraps, avoiding concern from anyone, but maybe recently he was lacking. It was an unpleasantly relieving idea. Deku, as he called Midoriya, was analytical and could easily figure out that Bakugo was faltering in terms of mental strength, which urged the blonde to further push him away. He knew too much already. It felt like a round of chess between the two, and he wasn't ready to sacrifice his queen. He tried to believe that the green-haired boy did it out of spite, to find a weakness so he could surpass him. He really wanted that to be the case, but the truth would always say otherwise. As children, Midoriya went out of his way to bring others up with him, even if he had disadvantages himself. One of the people he helped was Bakugo, at that river, where he raised his hand to help a cocky, younger Bakugo as if it was natural. Eyes that trailed over him with full authenticity and care. Just thinking back on it made him want to flinch. How could someone be so genuine in this world? And Bakugo bullied him, he bullied him. Why couldn't he hate Bakugo for what he did? Kicked against the floor, notes destroyed, and countless other schemes for Deku to still be here, trying to reach out with that same hand. He had never received such feelings from anyone else but the boy, and it felt foreign enough to stir a sense of fear within him. Maybe one day he would tell Midoriya that he was proud of him for remaining his lovely self despite everything. He was jolted back to reality by a loud thud on his desk. Looking up, he saw Uraraka, one of Deku's friends who clearly had a crush on him. Bakugo didn't really care, it was obvious to everyone. When she didn't speak and only glared at him, Bakugo decided to break the silence. "What is it? Spit it out. Why would you call him that? Useless? Is that really what you... Did you just realize that Deku meant that? I didn't think you were that clueless, round face." You're terrible. And here's to Izuku. She corrected herself quickly. Who should have given up on you already? She shook her fists, clearly wanting to continue. Ida intervened, gently pulling Uraraka away while mumbling something about taking deep breaths. Bakugo smiled to himself, thinking he really should have done that. He flinched when a tear splashed onto his desk. When was the last time he had actually cried? Never mind, he quickly wiped it away to avoid being caught. But that seemed to open the floodgates, and tear after tear fell. Why did he? Why? But. Bakugo! His hands were pulled away from his hair, but he couldn't recognize who it was. Kirishima felt his heart ache. The poor boy could barely breathe. He wasn't sure what had caused this, but once Bakugo calmed down, he was determined to help. As any good friend would. He helped the blonde regulate his breathing before asking, "What happened?" "Cats." Bakugo wiped his sore eyes and groaned, feeling miserable all around. "It's fine now, thanks, Kiri." He tried to walk away, but his friend stood in his way. "Come on, I'm not messing around." "Me either. I don't mind if you need time, but you need to talk to me, man. This isn't small if it made you unable to breathe from stress." Kirishima's earnest words made Bakugo shrink further into his seat. He stared at his shoes, wishing they could take him away if he focused hard enough. He soon understood why he had reacted the way he did, and it made Kirishima furious. He suspected Midoriya was behind it, and in his protective frenzy, common sense was out the window. Lifting Bakugo by the shoulder, they stepped outside to find that most of the school had already left for the day. "Hey, wait." Kirishima walked back to Bakugo as he stood at the entrance. "Let me walk you home." "Really, I'm fine now." "Enough with the fine nonsense." Kirishima snapped, looking down at his friend's state. Bakugo crossed his arms defensively, eyebrows raised and teeth gritted. This was a first. Kirishima sighed, crossing his arms as he felt conflicted. "I'm sorry, that was out of line for me. But I can't let you deal with this alone. I know what you're trying to do, and I won't let you. Now let's walk to yours." "All right if you insist." Bakugo began walking home, mentally preparing himself. The words Uraraka had thrown at him echoed in his mind, blurring as he focused on something else. Would his father be found crying again, or would his mother be curled up in bed from the stress? Either way, it would break him further as he continued to blame only himself for his existence. He was sure Kirishima noticed the silence, but at least he had the decency to let Bakugo spiral. A part of him desperately wanted to grab his shirt and plead for the redhead to stay, to take him away from the thorny household he was about to enter. As he turned the doorknob, a squeak echoed, bringing the heart of the house back to life. The sunlight struggled against the black curtains, and the gray walls reflected the expression on Bakugo's face. He saw his father this time, nestled on the couch with a pillow behind him and a blanket wrapped around his torso. A sheepish smile crossed the features of the exasperated teenager. "How was school, son?" "It was fine." Bakugo grunted, nearly slipping on the first step as he held onto the railing to continue his march up the stairs to his room. He should be more careful. Arriving at school the next day, Midoriya walked toward Bakugo to give his morning greeting. Uraraka almost jumped in front of him, startling the boy into a flurry of mumbles. She successfully distracted him, leading him back to her seat. What neither of them noticed was Kirishima sitting on his desk with an exaggerated scowl, watching Bakugo to ensure he wasn't bothered by either of the two who had upset him yesterday. Midnight paused her English lesson for a moment, attempting to fix an error on her visualizer. Kaminari leaned back in his seat, hitting Kirishima's desk. "Bro, did I miss something?" "You've been eyeing Bakugo like he's going to get kidnapped again," Kaminari asked. Kirishima turned to Kaminari for a moment to read his expression before returning his gaze to Bakugo, noticing the blonde drop his pen and mouth a few obvious curse words that Kirishima didn't want to repeat. "Too soon for that joke, Kami," Kirishima replied firmly. "Ah, sorry. Bad habits. But seriously, what's going on?" He wasn't mad at his clueless friend. It would be harsh since Kaminari had the best of intentions. "Can't really say, it isn't my place, but he's dealt with some bad stuff from others, so I feel like keeping an eye on him." "Was it from someone in the class?" "Yes. Now stop asking questions about it. Kirishima whispered. Who's been messing with our Bakugo? Kaminari exclaimed, getting scolded by Midnight for his language and slapped on the forehead by Kirishima. Bakugo turned away from the commotion, trying to zone out, but it didn't work. It was great, only working when he didn't want it to. But as soon as the moment arrived when he could make use of that feeling he couldn't name, it vanished. Wasn't that ideal? To his relief, training was next, one of the blonde's favorite subjects at the moment. As a continuation from the last lesson, they had to stay with the same partner they had been paired with. Bakugo decided to face the situation head-on and get it over with as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Kirishima made his way through the class to meet the pair. Hey, I can swap with you, Midobro. Bakugo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, it's okay, Kirishima, you don't need to go through that trouble, Midoriya said, waving his hands in protest. I insist, let's swap, Kirishima replied firmly. The intensity of Bakugo's glare made Midoriya step aside, regardless. Kirishima quickly returned to his cheerful demeanor as he led a bewildered Bakugo away, as if he were guiding a lost sheep. Come on, bro. I bet you can't match my sit-ups. What the? Midoriya muttered as he watched them head to the other side of the room. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with Kirishima's tone. Had he done something wrong? It didn't make sense. He couldn't recall anything happening. It was strange, perhaps Kirishima was just in a bad mood. He turned to his new partner for the lesson, Koda, and no offense to the gentle giant, but he missed the competitive and warm energy he shared with Bakugo. At lunchtime, Kirishima hesitated to leave Bakugo. Are you sure you'll be okay with the others? I can cancel if needed. Shitty hair, go to your nail painting club. I'm not weak. I'll be fine, Bakugo replied with a characteristic edge. Kirishima smiled at his friend's response and gave him a reassuring pat on the back before darting away. He was already 5 minutes late, and every minute counted when perfecting the art of nails. As Kirishima left, a familiar emptiness crept back in. It settled on his shoulders like a heavy weight. Bakugo's gaze fell to his closed fists. A familiar tuft of green hair approached him, but he wasted no time before snapping, "Get lost," and storming away. Feeling hollow, he sought refuge in the bathroom, locking himself in a stall and playing mobile games until the hour was over. The unpleasant smell of the bathroom almost made him forget his troubles. Kirishima's behavior puzzled him more each day. As he walked toward the bathroom, he bumped into Tetsu, who had been assigned as Kirishima's temporary stand-in until he returned. With just a coin, Tetsu took off, leaving Bakugo to his thoughts. He realized he often daydreamed, barely recalling the last few hours of school. Now, he found himself drifting into a daydream, but with a greater sense of awareness. He imagined fluffy clouds lifting him into the sky, where he raced with the stars. Second place wasn't too shabby. Despite the stress from his parents' troubled marriage, Bakugo chose to forget their words as they passed his ears. Eventually, he succumbed to a deep sleep. When he woke up, he croaked, "When did I fall asleep?" The dynamic between the two childhood friends had shifted, leaving them feeling stagnant. Midoriya justified this to himself as a necessary choice, allowing Bakugo the space he needed. The increasing encounters might have overwhelmed him, which was understandable. He didn't want to make Bakugo feel worse. Yet he struggled to understand why Kirishima treated him so differently now. It felt like a sudden storm had disrupted a sunny day. Midoriya preferred to know the facts rather than make assumptions, which is why he stood next to Kirishima as he tried to leave the classroom. After some back and forth, they found themselves in a quiet corridor. "Kirishima, I just want to know if I did anything wrong. If so, we can work through it," Midoriya said earnestly. "I'm not the one you need to work with," Kirishima replied, lifting his head to avoid showing his pain. "What do you mean?" Midoriya fidgeted, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. "I don't need to explain anything to you, Midoriya." Midoriya felt his arms wrap around himself as Kirishima attempted to walk away. He didn't object, lost in his thoughts and unable to calm himself. It had been years since he last struggled with a panic attack. Hearing Kirishima's harsh words and seeing the fury in his eyes terrified him. He couldn't remember how to breathe or find his calm. Sliding down the wall, he felt his composure shatter. No one noticed him, too caught up in the excitement of the school day ending except for Mineta, who gawked and exclaimed, "Wow, he really got to you," before skipping away. When he accepted that he had to cope on his own, Todoroki called out to him, "Count to 10 with me." His calm voice helped Midoriya focus. 1. 1. Midoriya gasped. 2. T2. Midoriya stammered, echoing Todoroki. 3. Taking a deep breath, he felt a bit better. 3. They counted together until they reached 10. Todoroki supported him by placing an arm around his back, helping Midoriya stand as he wiped his eyes. The grateful boy couldn't contain his thanks, even as Todoroki assured him it was no trouble. Todoroki had heard the confrontation before seeing his friend but chose to reflect on it first before getting involved. Watching his selfless friend being treated poorly stirred something within him. Bakugo sat at one of his last family dinners with both of his parents. Mashed potatoes sat atop burnt sausages, and the only sound was the clinking of cutlery against plates. Even his mother remained silent about the poor quality of food. He opened his mouth to mention something from his day at school, but the words caught in his throat, feeling too awkward to speak. The salt shaker was just within reach, and the mashed potatoes could definitely use some seasoning. He leaned over the table to grab it, determined not to give up. His hand trembled slightly, causing the shaker to topple over onto the table. Well, wasn't that fantastic? His mother glared at the spilled grains of salt, her eyes practically cooking them. "Couldn't you use your brain, Katsuki?" The boy rested his cheek on his palm, pushing it upward. "It was just an accident. Don't you start on me too." In a matter of seconds, the dinner table erupted in chaos. They shouted back and forth, debating everything from parenting styles to who had better qualifications at university. The plate was left half empty as Bakugo slid off his chair and retreated to his room, knowing the argument would continue for a long time. It was already 9 at night, and the yelling was audible even with the door shut. He was tempted to distract himself with a video call to Kirishima, but he couldn't let the redhead pick up on the tension. The noise seeped through the floorboards, so he abandoned the idea and pretended he didn't hear anything. That night, he had a vivid dream that faded from memory upon waking. He found himself in the middle of an unfamiliar sea, its green hue unlike any he had seen before. As the water enveloped him, he felt himself sinking, the noise around him fading away. His arms flailed as he kicked his legs, but it was futile. He continued to descend into darkness. Looking down, he noticed a metal chain wrapped around his ankle, anchoring him to the depths. No matter how hard he struggled, the chain held firm, dragging him further down. He felt a sharp thud as he hit the sandy bottom, scraping his knees. Suddenly, the chain vanished, leaving him alone at the ocean's floor. A small fish swam by, pausing to look at him before darting away. Bakugo sighed, "Yeah, me too." To his surprise, the fish turned back and faced him. "It's quite rude to assume things. You can talk?" "Wait, not literally. That would be weird." The fish let out a series of bubbles that Bakugo somehow understood. "You're in the sea of truth. Only those searching for it can be here. Find the truth." "You're a talking fish. Am I dreaming or?" "Find the truth. Just because you repeated it doesn't mean it has any significance. Find the truth." The fish's voice echoed in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. Even the sea couldn't soften the noise. An early finish at school meant more time at home, and Bakugo was reluctantly annoyed about it. He was willing to spend time with anyone to kill the boredom, even Monoma, though he quickly dismissed that idea, preferring his parents' arguments over that annoyance. He took his time walking back, dragging his feet and observing the shops as if they were monuments. Each tree had a different shape, categorized by their health. Some were thriving, while others were on the brink of decay, fighting against their inevitable fate. Even if all the trees were at different stages, their end would be the same. You can only run from the inevitable for so long. Are all families doomed to break apart? In one way or another, the branches of the family tree will fall as a member leaves, by choice or fate. The concept of family is fluid, for better or worse. This had to happen at some point. He couldn't wait all day. He hesitated at the door, counting down from 3 before kicking it open. Joyously, both his parents were there. His father was watching television, while his mother seemed to be cooking. She turned her head slightly, glaring at him with a glass in hand. "Brat, if you were suspended, God won't be saving you today." Bakugo raised his eyebrows. "What? No, it's an early finish." "What the heck?" Testing his luck, he noticed his mother didn't mention it as she directed her glare at his father. "Well." The older man cleared his throat. "Yes, it's an early finish for the whole school." "That works in my favor. Get over here, boy." "In a minute, let me use the bathroom first." She tooted as he dashed up the stairs. A few minutes later, he returned to find a sheet of paper on the table. "What's that?" "Chores," she said, a smile spreading across her lips. "You can't be serious. No son of mine is going to be spoiled. You live here, so get moving. The list needs to be completed by tonight. Or else. You can see, I'm more than happy to punish you," she laughed. "That woman." A peculiar sense of normalcy enveloped Bakugo as he dusted the frames along the staircase, almost as if the divorce had never happened. He made his way to the second floor and decided to tackle the chores in his room first. One task was complete, but many more awaited him. Checking the paper, he noted the 3 specific tasks related to his room: piling dirty clothes in the basket, washing the windows, and changing the bed covers. "A little music, please," he mocked in an English accent as he selected a song to entertain him. Nothing better than a duo he had listened to for years, 21 Pilots. Their variety of music suited any occasion, and for this moment he felt like listening to Fake You Out. The upbeat rhythm energized him to finish his chores. He gathered as many clothes as he could carry and dropped the large pile into the basket. After picking up a few more items that needed washing, he was done. "You say that you are close. Is close the closest star?" He walked back from the bathroom with a spray bottle and towels in hand. First, he would clean the left window and work his way to the other side. Spraying the cleaner, he scrubbed away the dirt on the surface. He quickly dropped the bottle to sneeze. And again. Cursing under his breath, he regained his grip on the bottle and continued scrubbing. "You'll have to watch me struggle from several rooms away. But tonight." A handprint marked the glass as he paused, imagining himself singing the lyrics. "I need you to stay." Why was Midoriya there? He shook his head and wiped the mark away with the towel. He was almost done. One window might have been missed, but he doubted his mother would scold him over that. Maybe that one splash he made would be enough to conceal the marks on it. What was the next thing he had to do? He cursed under his breath, having forgotten, and the paper was all the way across the room. Sighing repeatedly, he snatched the paper to remind himself that the last task was to change the bedsheets. He just had to remember where his mother said they were. Not in the basket, not downstairs. He checked the drawer under his bed and grunted as he pulled the sheets out. "I'm afraid to tell you who I adore. I won't tell you who I'm singing towards." About 5 minutes later, he swapped the bedsheets and pillowcases for clean ones. Part of him wished he could keep the music playing, but he wasn't about to let his nosy father hear it. That sacred music belonged to him alone. The next task involved the bathroom, and it was clear that Bakugo wasn't thrilled about it. Surprisingly, an angel answered his prayers. "Brat, get down here." Or maybe a demon did. The parents stood together, watching their son approach. He raised an eyebrow at the two of them. It wasn't that he had a problem with them standing next to each other for the first time in a long while. He just knew it was too ideal to be without any consequences. He was right, and the thought made him uneasy despite his large ego. When would this end? His thoughts lingered as he sat down. "Son," his father said with a soft smile. Bakugo felt the urge to tell him to wipe that smile off his face. "Your mother and I have an update on things." Bakugo would have preferred the truth that his family was utterly messed up. He noticed, however, that his mother maintained an unusual calm expression as she added, "Soon, the papers will be finalized and your father will be moving out. Until then, we will keep it civil." He should be happy about it, right? No, he must be. They had suffered long enough being together because of him, and now they could feel the happiness Bakugo had stolen from them return. What a selfish brat he was for wanting both of his parents with him, for wishing things wouldn't change. As much as his heart twisted at the thought, he wouldn't give in and would do the right thing. All he needed to do was keep himself composed until they were finally separated, and then he could cry. The trick was to believe he would cry, and when the time came he would delay it, putting himself in a situation where he wouldn't need to cry again. The strongest heroes didn't succumb to the pettiness of tears when a situation was inconvenient. That's right, the situation was merely an inconvenience for him. A vase, painted gold and a prized possession, reflected the light that shone on it. On display from the beginning of its creation, it held value poured into it by both creators. Gold couldn't withstand the tug, cracks slowly decorating its surface. New ones formed, old ones grew. The only way to keep the vase in awe-inspiring condition was to paint over the cracks with gold, which only prevented it from being filled and efficiently healed. But a part of the vase cracked deeper, hidden beneath the coat of gold. Eventually, it fell onto the marble floor, a separate piece, a new hole in the vase that no amount of paint could cover. Plus, separation from its origin. Demenit. Bakugo swiped at his tears with his palm, hidden under his blanket. It dawned on him and it stung his lungs. These would be the last few days he lived with his father before they saw each other less, and the attachment he had to his father wasn't as apparent as it was at this moment. Despite the teasing and banter, it was his father. More than just a father, he was someone Bakugo felt close to, someone he could be sensitive around. Bakugo needed him in his life and didn't want to lose the relationship they had. He would be so far away. Once the thought of his father moving on from him and forgetting crossed his mind, it became impossible for Bakugo to hold back the tears. "You sure, little bro? I can just turn him into grilled chicken." The line crackled as Todoroki shook his head. "No, Tia." "Yes. No, I just wanted your advice. I will be fine. If that's what you think. If you change your mind, text me. I can break out of jail and come back. These fools won't notice a thing." "Sure." He ended the call with a soft smile at his older brother's commitment to helping. He wouldn't let the arsonist take action, but the thought was smile-inducing. It had been on his mind for days, the experience with his friend, who always put others above himself. It was only fair to repay the favors to Midoriya. It would have been quicker to punch Kirishima, but out of respect for Midoriya, he wouldn't go that far. His response had to be calculated, and over these days, he had done just that. Lots of thinking and advice until he agreed with himself on what he planned. This day would be ideal, so he would wait for a convenient moment. Uraraka adored the attention Midoriya was giving her, more than ever as he drifted away from others, first Bakugo, then their other classmates. She did her best to comfort him, but he wasn't willing to burden her with the extent of his declining mental health over the past week. Instead, he used euphemisms and smiled, even if it was sometimes forced. She didn't notice, and the two continued. Eager to confess her feelings for him, she used their break time as another chance. If she was more direct, surely he would realize. She took him for a walk, and they ate their snacks on a bench beneath the aged oak tree that whistled in the wind. A pigeon stole the discarded bread nearby, flying away with their new lunch. Uraraka's eyes sparkled like honey as the sun illuminated them, trailing to Midoriya's puffed cheeks as he struggled to chew. He was poor at concentrating while eating and would occasionally take bites larger than was comfortable. If she could take a picture and frame it in her dorm, she would do so without a second thought. He noticed her watching him intently and blushed. Sorry. I got distracted again. A lot has been on my mind," he chuckled nervously. There's something on your cheek, Midoriya-kun." Her eyes fixated on the spot as she liked her own bottom lip. A loud flapping of wings from the nearby pigeons interrupted the moment as they flew overhead. Midoriya blushed again with a soft, "Oh," as he wiped his left cheek with his thumb. "No, over here." She twisted her waist, leaned close to him and paused. With a deep breath that Midoriya could feel on his face, she playfully touched her tongue to the spongy surface of his right cheek. Soon after, she retreated but remained close enough to feel his breath against her own cheeks. His face turned a deep shade of red, and he stuttered over his words. She teasingly interrupted, "There's food on your lip too." Leaning forward again, She was gently pushed back as Midoriya used his arms to create distance. Please, Uraraka. This isn't right. His voice regained its firmness. You don't want me, Izuku. She parted her lips, a hint of vulnerability in her eyes. I don't want this. He abruptly stood, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he left Uraraka behind. Her calls for him faded with each step he took. Frustration creased his forehead as he realized the recent interactions made more sense now, revealing that it wasn't a villain but Uraraka who had pushed him past his comfort zone. Initially, he wouldn't have considered those moments as romantic gestures, but now they held a completely different meaning. Todoroki walked over to the group Kirishima was sitting with and tapped on the desk to get their attention. Bakugo, as expected, spoke first. What do you want, Icy Hot? He looked at Bakugo and replied, a quick conversation. Kaminari shrugged, and Mina giggled at the idea of it being romantic. Bakugo flipped her off and grunted as he climbed off his seat. The two moved to a private area, where Bakugo leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. I'll get to the point. What has Midoriya done to you? Deku, what hasn't he done? Bakugo retorted, his voice low. I'm not in the mood for jokes. If you haven't noticed, he's in a poor mental state because of something that happened between you two, and I want to figure it out so I can help. Bakugo's menacing grin faded, replaced by a more serious expression. What? He has poor mental health. The words felt strange to him. Sometimes he forgot that Midoriya was just as human as anyone else. But the thought that he might have played a part in it confused him. Indeed. Seriously, Halfie. I have no idea what you mean. How could I have a part in this? You have no idea? None, no lies. I see. I appreciate your honesty. Stop. Where are you going? Bakugo grabbed Todoroki's arm. My next lesson. I need to see them early to get my work checked. You can't just leave now. I need to know what's wrong with Deku. You should ask him. Perhaps that would be best, as it is not my place. He pulled his arm free, dusted off his blazer, and walked deeper into the corridor. The hell, Bakugo muttered in the empty room. Not my place, my foot. Bakugo rolled his eyes at the nonsense he had just heard, especially since he was the one who had approached Todoroki for information in the first place. He clenched his shaking fist with the other hand. If he weren't so concerned about Midoriya's mental health, he would have been ready to confront Todoroki. Enough dwelling. It was time for more training. The teachers seemed to enjoy making them train without the threat of major villain attacks since most of the League of Villains had been arrested a few months back. Bakugo wouldn't say he despised the hour, but it felt repetitive, especially after the first two lessons followed the same structure. Their substitute teacher allowed them to choose partners, and Kirishima was stuck at his friend's side, grinning widely. Looks like we're training together, Baku bro. Shark Week? I haven't even agreed. Kirishima whistled. I just know you can't say no to such a manly shark. He pouted to emphasize his point, resembling a lost puppy. Bakugo rolled his eyes, pulling Kirishima along with him to the weights. Meanwhile, Midoriya wasn't as pleased about the ability to choose partners. He felt his face heat under Uraraka's intense gaze from across the room. Gulping, he shifted toward Todoroki, hoping to partner with him. Would you like to be partners? Todoroki asked. Yes, please. In that moment, Todoroki felt like an angel sent to protect Midoriya. They headed to the treadmills to start their training. Uraraka was nearby, on a stationary bike with Mina. The sensation of being watched with every step he took made his legs feel heavy as he tried to push the nerves aside. For a few seconds, his vision blurred, and everything felt static as he forgot to breathe. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and kept running, focusing ahead to avoid Uraraka's gaze. Kirishima nearly dropped a weight on Bakugo's foot as he tried to juggle the dumbbells. The blonde dodged just in time and tackled Kirishima with a fierce laugh, the two rolling across the floor as the redhead wheezed with laughter. Bakugo had a smile on his face, pinning his partner down. You idiot trying to make me immobile. Bro! Kirishima cackled. It was an accident. I'll show you an accident. The playful grin on Bakugo's face shifted to a mischievous smirk as he let go, quickly standing up but was held back by Kirishima's grip on his ankle. "No! Accept your fate, you pleb." Instead, Kirishima jumped up and began to run for his life, chased by Bakugo as he threw weights. A few weights hit Kirishima's legs, but he timed it with his quirk, hardening to avoid the pain. A faint, stupid rock could be heard from behind him. The commotion attracted their teacher, who yelled at them about not messing around and the importance of safety. As she turned to leave, Bakugo flipped her off, and the two nearly fell over from laughter. Kirishima, the boy who could cheer anyone up, had given Bakugo a colorful memory-etched hour. As the hour finished, the class gathered in the changing rooms, chatting amongst each other. Kaminari and Shiro joined the partners. "Shiro nearly got me into trouble." Kaminari pretended to wipe a tear from his eye. "Okay, you drama queen, all I did was punch your shoulder," Shiro replied. Kirishima felt a competitive spark and added, "You guys have no idea what Bakubro put me through." The blonde scoffed as he buttoned his shirt and left, having had enough of the banter. Those who are more extroverted tend to be less secretive, as the likelihood of saying something they shouldn't increases. A slip of the tongue, a moment of excitement. These factors led Kirishima to inform Mina about the event. Hearing only Kirishima's biased perspective, Mina felt a surge of anger for what her close friend had endured. When the opportunity arose for questions, she approached Midoriya, who was waiting for the next class, with a polite smile. "Midoriya?" He looked up, meeting her gaze. "Hey, Mina. I just have to ask, why did you tell her to do it?" A swirl of anxiety churned in his stomach. He stood frozen, shivers running down his spine. Had she called his name a few times? Unable to respond, he leaned against the wall, feeling overwhelmed. It was happening again. The sensation of helplessness washed over him, and he struggled to move his heavy arms, his nails digging into his thighs. Mina, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of concern. She never wanted him to suffer, even if he had upset Bakugo. Two wrongs don't make a right. Realizing he wasn't responding, she sought help from someone in his close friend group. She sprinted back to where Midoriya was curled up with Uraraka. Kneeling beside him, Mina stood respectfully to the side. "Hey, Izuku. Calm down, it's okay," Uraraka said softly. Mina's jaw dropped at the attempt to comfort him, doubting it would help. Should she have said something, or would that be too much? "Izuku," Uraraka repeated. He looked up, his curls hanging in his eyes. "Stay away." "Excuse." "Stay away," he yelled, scooting further from her. "How early were they?" Uraraka stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You're being unfair. I defended you, and this is how you repay me." "What the heck?" Mina pulled Uraraka back. "I told Bakugo to leave you alone, and see. I saved you from the bully." Mina stared at the two. Midoriya leaned against the wall, swatting at Uraraka to keep her at a distance as she tried to approach. "You did what?" All the yelling from Kirishima, Bakugo's distance, it all stemmed from Uraraka's actions, and she hadn't even taken a moment to tell him. He had been suffering for days, and his frustration reached a boiling point. He quickly paced toward Uraraka, his shoes sliding against the polished floor. Midoriya grabbed her by the shoulders, shaking her gently. She yelped, but his frustration took over. "What is wrong with you?" "Midoriya." Mina knew he was deeply hurt, but she wouldn't let him jeopardize his chances of becoming a top hero. She took a deep breath and wrapped her arms around his waist, holding him back as he continued to express his anger. He was irrational, but he was aware of it. However, the overwhelming emotions fueled his anger like an uncontrollable fire, consuming everything nearby. Most of their classmates had gathered around, stunned to see Midoriya in such a state. Bakugo was one of the first to rush over, pushing Kirishima aside as he stepped in front of Midoriya, standing between him and Uraraka. Mina hesitated but saw Bakugo's determined nod and trusted that their childhood bond would help. She released him, and he stumbled forward with a whimper as Bakugo slowly wrapped his arms around him, offering support. The class formed a circle around them, leaving some space. Ida arrived, ready to speak, but changed his mind upon seeing the surprisingly calm Bakugo handle the situation. Mina ushered Uraraka into the classroom. Midoriya coughed, his breath catching, and Bakugo held him close to reassure him. Aizawa arrived, and the class entered the room one by one, leaving the two boys behind. He chose not to comment, allowing them to sort things out and join the rest when they felt ready. After a few moments, they broke the embrace and stared at each other. Midoriya saw the softness in Bakugo's eyes and felt as if they were still connected. Bakugo looked away, struggling to find the right words. Do you want to go to class? Midoriya replied, appearing calmer at last. Bakugo couldn't concentrate on the independent work the class was assigned, agitation coursing through him. His leg bounced repeatedly, and he often glanced at Midoriya, checking that he was still there. In fact, Midoriya was focused on his work, his expression serious. It reminded Bakugo of the past, a time when this was all too common. It was no secret that the bullying he and his friends had inflicted on Midoriya had left a mark. One memory stood out. They couldn't have been older than 10. Bakugo stood with his two friends behind him, while Midoriya knelt in tears. One of the boys pointed at Midoriya. "Boys don't cry, look how weak the quirkless one is." As insults flew from his friends, Bakugo stood menacingly with his arms crossed. When Midoriya struggled to catch his breath, the others decided they had enough fun and left, expecting Bakugo to finish the job. He waited a moment before kneeling down to Midoriya, meeting him eye to eye. "Kaken?" Midoriya sniffled. "It's me. The others are gone." Midoriya opened his eyes in relief. "Kaken? Ice cream? In a minute, you need to breathe." Bakugo sat beside him, waiting patiently. After a moment, they walked together, and Midoriya asked a question he would never forget. "Why do you help me when I feel worthless?" He gripped his pencil tightly, glancing at Midoriya to see him still focused on his work. Bakugo barely finished the first question. He decided to hide the assignment from the teacher and complete it later, as the topic was something he was well versed in when he was in the right mood. His pride made it hard for him to show empathy, as he believed it would be a weakness. He hated himself for holding on to that belief for so long, feeling selfish for letting his friends suffer. He wanted to care less about others' opinions and choose how he reacted, free from the burden of judgment. So, when he saw Midoriya in a state he recognized all too well, he knew he had to help, especially after what Todoroki had told him. Was it right to ignore his social identity? Thinking about it would only lead him down a rabbit hole. He had to act, not overthink. He needed to follow his instincts instead of the twisted logic he had been taught as a prized child. With the sudden boost from his quirk, Midoriya's self-esteem flourished, and Bakugo noticed it with relief. During that time, he tried his best to support his friend without hindering his achievements. When he saw someone else threaten that progress, he rushed to Midoriya's side, believing the others weren't doing enough. What puzzled him was the person Midoriya had lost his temper with Uraraka. The girl who had no qualms about scolding Bakugo for his treatment of Midoriya was now the one causing him distress. He wanted to understand but felt he couldn't do it alone. Midoriya was the first to approach Bakugo after their final lesson ended. He spoke softly, "Thank you for earlier." Bakugo leaned against his desk, still seated as he looked up. "It's fine, nerd. I found out one of my friends her said some things without even asking me, and I wouldn't let her, Kaken. She doesn't understand and quit mumbling, it's hot in here. Let's go outside and talk about it there." "Okay." Midoriya patiently followed Bakugo outside, where the sun was hidden behind clouds. When they were outside, neither knew how to start the conversation, both filled with questions. "Nerd." Bakugo squinted at the bright clouds above. "Yes, Kaken? Let's ask each other a question. I know you have stuff you want to know too." "Sounds good. You go first." Midoriya fidgeted with his fingers. "What did she say to you?" I can't remember much, just that you should give up on me." "Kaken." He raised his hand. "I don't want pity, just telling the truth." "Still, that's dipstick, this is nothing compared to what you went through." "I deserve this," Bakugo exclaimed, shutting his eyes to maintain his tough demeanor. Midoriya watched his friend berate himself, knowing Bakugo regretted it. He forgave him, but Bakugo still looked so upset. What was that word? Right, guilt. The weight of guilt made Midoriya's eyes well up with tears. No, Deku, I'm sorry, I don't. Oh, right, I'm not upset. Midoriya wiped a tear. I just feel how much you're hurting and you don't deserve this. I don't. Bakugo's uncertainty was painful to witness. He truly was strong. You deserve forgiveness and the chance to learn. We all make mistakes as we grow, Kaken. You deserve forgiveness. They found nearby benches to sit on, and Bakugo picked at the skin around his nails to keep his emotions in check. Midoriya leaned his head on Bakugo's shoulder, and neither of them complained. It felt natural. My turn. Icy Hot came to me the other day saying I caused your poor mental health, so I want to know what I did. Oh. Midoriya adjusted himself for comfort. I'm not sure what he meant. Was it about Kirishima? Kiri. Bakugo stopped fidgeting in surprise. I don't think we need to talk about it. He didn't do anything. No, tell me, Bakugo insisted. Midoriya sighed, knowing Bakugo wouldn't let it go. Well, he was avoiding me, so I asked him about it, and he was frustrated. I understand now that it was about what she did. He thought I was the one who told her to do it. Bakugo took a moment to respond. I'll talk to him about it. No. It's okay, he didn't know. Bakugo turned his head, remembering Midoriya was resting against him. I guess both our friends are just trying to look out for us. Yeah. Deku. What? Beyond. What's going on between you and Uraraka? I don't really want to think about that. She has really upset me. Alright. Was it just Kirishima who talked to you? He was the only one who seemed angry. Tell me who else I need to punch. Midoriya couldn't help but giggle. Kaken. How about I throw a chair? That's... not any better. I'll talk to my group about it. Can we please do it together? Why not? Thank you. They both looked up at the clouds, noticing how they were separated by rays of sunlight breaking through. Deku, that one looks like a pineapple. Midoriya lifted his head to get a better look, and Bakugo silently regretted his words. That silly pineapple in the sky. You're right. Of course I am. When am I not? There's the Kaken we know and love. The way love rolled off Midoriya's tongue had a gentle warmth to it. Bakugo found himself thinking that he loved him too. Did it have to end, or could he stay here and forget everything? The world answered as Midoriya mentioned he had to hurry home because his mother had messaged him. They walked together, enjoying the moment, but it was time for him to go inside. Denki turned to Shiro, feeling desperate and unsure of what to do. He couldn't stop hiccuping, and they had tried all the methods they found online. Bro, I think I know what to do. Really? What is it? Denki bounced with anticipation. Hear me out, we do them all at the same time. So, you'll hold your breath, drink water, and do a handstand, Shiro suggested. Kirishima nodded in agreement, thinking it was a clever idea. If they combined all the methods, it might work better. Alright, I'll get into a handstand. Give me a second. He stretched like an Olympic athlete preparing for their moment. Bakugo entered the classroom, noticing Shiro and Kirishima clapping loudly as Denki prepared for his handstand. He wasn't going to ask any questions. He was completely content not knowing what his friends were up to this time. Hey! Wah! Denki screamed in shock as Bakugo appeared out of nowhere, at least to him. Bro! The heck? Bakugo raised an eyebrow as he sat on a nearby desk. Denki looked around, seemingly confused, before his face lit up like a light bulb. He gasped, Baku! You cured me! He jumped at the grumpy boy, dodging Bakugo's attempts to push him away. Clinging to Bakugo, he repeatedly thanked him and called him a savior for ridding him of the annoying hiccups. I wish they stayed. Thank you. Why, you're a wizard. Kirishima chuckled at the massive pout on Bakugo. When the chatter died down among the group, Bakugo hopped off the desk to stand in front of them. We need to talk. Oh. Shiro encouraged. I don't know which of you have been getting involved, but I want to say that Deku hasn't done anything to me. He didn't even know that the girl talked to me. So, what I'm trying to say is leave him alone. He studied each of his friends, noticing the mix of confusion and understanding. I should apologize then, Kirishima spoke. I got heated and just assumed he had something to do with it. Not very hero-like of me, and I won't do anything else, you have my word. Good, because now that I've warned you, if anyone does it, I will crush you. Bakugo grinned, pumping his fist to emphasize his point. Some of them shuddered and nodded. Kaminari was one to exaggerate, but he got the message. I hope Midoriya's all right. Let him know that we have no problems with him. Zero crossed his legs. I will. Now, what else to talk about? Oh, Bakubro. You must join the upcoming competition between the students. It'll be going on all next week during lunch. Kirishima added. What's it about? FIFA 23, football matches between players until a winner is crowned. Everyone's putting in a quid for the prize. Since he had nothing better to do during lunch, I guess I need to practice then. Aye, that's it. Denki cheered. Midoriya entered the classroom, sitting in his chair with his friends and Uraraka nearby. Ida greeted him. Good morning, Midoriya. I hope you rested and feel better. He smiled softly. I do, thank you. Todoroki turned to join the conversation. Uraraka told us you were sick, so if you still feel unwell, you should take the day off. I'm not unwell? Midoriya scrunched his face, confused. His inner Bakugo chimed in, suggesting that Uraraka was just trying to get away with being difficult. He shook his head, refusing to listen despite knowing it might be true. I'll be okay, but thank you for worrying. You're welcome. Todoroki smiled. Fresh wind from outside passed through the windows, making the classroom chilly. The words from their English teacher blurred by the sharp noises of the board, as techniques were written with the whiteboard pen. Apart from Bakugo, no one had the courage to speak over the unsettling noise. Some of them actually hoped he would say something, but he didn't, lost in his own thoughts. It began with a question of how his life would be if he had never been kidnapped. Would his parents have stayed together? In his imagined alternate world, the three were having dinner, laughing about the latest news. The meal is delicious as usual, Mitz. His mother smirked at the compliment. When would it not be, my love? They shared a loving gaze until she turned to her son. Bakugo. Yes. Bakugo, concentrate. What? He raised an eyebrow at her while slowly dropping his fork. Why was she reacting like that when he was concentrating? Bakugo! He lifted his head and saw his English teacher pointing at him with a pen. 5 minutes after class. The distracted boy didn't respond, turning away in hopes of returning to the dinner with his parents, but it wasn't working. Bakugo gave up as the lesson came to an end. He stood up to face midnight, unbothered by the fact that some students were still in the classroom packing away. Remember to concentrate in my class, or you'll get confused about the interpretations. My bad, sorry. She looked up at him and sighed. You're not in trouble, but don't let outside stuff distract you. Yes, Mississippi. He left when she pointed at the door. Undoubtedly, seeing that Midoriya had waited for him outside made him feel a bit better. Bakugo spent most of the weekend refining his skills for FIFA. There were moments of frustration, but he also made progress, like learning how to pass the ball behind defenders for another player to receive it. Who knows, maybe he ended up enjoying this weekend more than the others recently. His parents didn't argue as much, probably because all they wanted to say had already been said, and the fear of his father leaving him behind wasn't as strong due to the focus he had on this tournament. The tournament may be meaningless, but the distraction of wanting to win benefited him emotionally, giving his mind a chance to rest. On Monday, walking to school, he really wanted his father to stay. But at the cost of his father's happiness, he felt torn. He knew he had endured enough years of hurt since he was born, but now Bakugo wanted him to stay longer? It felt selfish to think only of his own feelings. Was it that difficult to consider other people, especially his own father? He shouldn't want anything, yet he did. He thought about it less during the lessons, although the brewing sensation of guilt remained in his stomach. At lunch, he searched around and it took some time until he heard yelling from a classroom. He sat next to his friends and noticed that most were from his class, but not everyone. Some extras were from other classes. Apparently, the two students organizing it were Kendo and Zero, A surprising pair since students wouldn't expect those two to be friends. Truthfully, they had known each other since childhood as neighbors. Thu spent what felt like hours explaining the rules and how it would work, and whatever else tournaments typically do, according to Bakugo. He was pulled back to reality when his name was called. "Huh," he muttered. "It's your turn." Forcing his mouth to stay closed, he felt the saliva rolling down his throat, nearly causing him to cough. Hands nestled in his pockets, he trudged over to the table at the front where players sat to compete. As he sat down and waited for the settings to be sorted, he noticed how it was all put together. One of them must have brought their Xbox console and connected it to the computer so the projector could enlarge it smart. Did they even book this room, or did they just take it? An Xbox controller was passed to Bakugo, who fiddled with the joystick, mainly to test it as he chose a team. His parents were avid Tottenham supporters, jumping up and down whenever the team scored, risking the floorboards creaking beneath them. Ultimately, despite a few boos from fans of other teams, Bakugo stuck with the team his parents adored. With Harry Kane scoring and Romero defending, he felt confident about his chances of winning with such quality players in his squad. His opponent, Tetsu, picked Manchester United, and Bakugo knew he was going to win. By halftime, Bakugo had scored 2 goals, and he smiled at Tetsu, who was clearly frustrated. Bakugo cracked his knuckles as he waited for the second half, watching his friends run over to cheer him on. "Bro, you're amazing at this." Kirishima cheered. "Go Baku babe." Mina clapped. "You should have picked Chelsea." "Shut it, Pikachu," Bakugo scoffed at Kaminari. Zero warned them to get ready, and they placed their hands back on the controller. On the count of 4, the game resumed, and Tetsu began with the football, passing it back to defense until an opening was available. Bakugo's patience was wearing thin as he sprinted his attackers toward the ball, but luck was not on his side. "Oh, come on." Bakugo grunted as he tackled a player, earning a yellow card for his roughness. The opponent tried to pass the ball forward, but Bakugo's player intercepted it. Without wasting a moment, the players dashed in the other direction, breaking past all the defenders. A corner from the left and then a header led to Bakugo's 3rd goal. After that, he decided to play defensively, keeping all his players near his goalpost to prevent any attacks. The match ended with a score of 3-0, and Bakugo hopped off the couch, walking away from the table like a champion, forgetting to shake hands with his opponent. "Kakijui," Tetsu sneered as Kendo patted her classmate on the back. Bakugo learned that his next match would be on Wednesday, when the second round began. On Wednesday, Bakugo woke up earlier than usual, feeling like he was in a nightmare as he saw his mother reorganizing parts of his room. He swallowed to ease his dry throat and barked at her, "What are you doing?" "I'm fixing your room. It's a mess in here," she retorted, moving his shirt to another drawer. "Stop it. It's fine in here, seriously." "Almost done, you ungrateful child." She rolled her eyes, closed the drawer, and exited the room. Bakugo rubbed his eyes, trying to go back to sleep, but his body was wide awake, thanks to his mother. He sat on the edge of his bed, scrolling mindlessly on his phone. It would surely give him a headache later, but boredom was his current problem. Just as he paused a video of a man throwing eggs at a microwave, he heard a creak at the door. It was his father, who seemed surprised to see him awake. "Why are you up, buddy?" he asked. "Stupid woman woke me up by moving stuff around in my room." "Actually, I wanted to have a moment with just us," he said, closing the door and sitting next to Bakugo. "What is it?" Bakugo asked. His father fiddled through his pocket and pulled out a box that opened to reveal a gold watch. "This is a gold watch, one of my most prized possessions. Since I won't be living with you anymore, I want you to have it." Bakugo hesitated, looking at him. "Dad, you don't have to. I'd be happier if you had it. Something to remember me by." Bakugo felt an unexpected wave of emotion, rare for him. He blinked back tears, refusing to cry in front of his father. Seeing that his dad wouldn't change his mind, he took the watch to examine it in his hands. It had to be worth a lot. Struggling to find the right words while fighting back tears, he managed, "Thanks. I'll take care of it." Masaru nodded. "Let's hug." "I'm fine, just go," Bakugo replied. His dad sighed, not surprised by his son's behavior, and left him to relax alone. Bakugo knew that if he accepted the hug, it would break his composure. I have to be strong for him, he thought. I can cry later, I just need to hold it together until he thinks I'm fine and leaves. For his happiness. It was getting harder to ignore the impending separation, each day bringing him closer to that moment. As soon as lunch rolled around, Bakugo wasted no time heading straight to the destination. He didn't expect to see Midoriya there. Deku, he muttered. Oh, Kaken, I'm here to watch, Midoriya smiled. Weirdo, Bakugo thought as he walked over to Zero. So, who am I against? We'll decide randomly, your match is the third one, after these two. He sat down at the back, where it was less crowded, allowing him to relax. Occasionally, he watched the matches, and some of the skills on display were decent, but Bakugo felt confident he could crush anyone. When Tsuyu's name was called, followed by his, he took his place at the table and accepted the controller. As he flicked through to choose the same team as before, Mineta piped up, "Lucky. You got a girl, you'll easily beat her since this is for guys." Bakugo kept his eyes on the projector, growling in response. "What are you talking about? This is a sport for anyone, except for losers like you." Some gasps echoed from his friends, and a grin spread across his face. Tsuyu chose Liverpool, a higher-rated team, but that wouldn't be an issue. He still had the top skills. The first half of the match was a back-and-forth battle, but neither team scored. During halftime, Zero handed Bakugo a diet soda. "What's this?" "It adds to the experience, my friend," Zero grinned. Bakugo didn't ask why the can was ice-cold. He opened it and took a long sip. Next to him, Tsuyu was drinking a Sprite, somehow using her tongue as a straw. With the obscurity of the world, it wasn't questioned. "Hey Frog, when did you start playing this?" Bakugo asked his opponent. "Oh, Bakugo. My brother loves to play, and I often join him." Interesting how much you can learn about others. The second half began with equal pressure between the players to score. Harry Kane from Bakugo's team took a shot, but it deflected off the goalpost. It seemed like he couldn't aim well, which was frustrating since Bakugo practiced that aspect the most. After his third close attempt, he fumed. "This is ridiculous." "Watch your language," Ida instructed. "Shut it, Four Eyes." As he watched Tsuyu glide past his players effortlessly, he noticed something odd about the joystick. It felt stiff, making it harder to control the players. He was certain that this Xbox controller was worse than the previous one. Tsuyu had a corner and aimed before shooting. Bakugo snatched Tsuyu's controller and fiddled with the joystick. "That's cheating," Denki exclaimed, wide-eyed. "No kidding," Zero nodded, taken aback by the situation. "Just accept you're losing, Bakugo," Shinso said with a smirk. "Wait a minute. You guys, this controller is sabotaging me. The joystick is stiff, and the B button is unreliable. No wonder I can't score. This is so frustrating." A few students groaned, feeling it was just excuses for his lack of goals. His hands were sweating as he gripped the controller tightly. He couldn't let this continue or Tsuyu would win. He had to win, there was no other option. Maybe then it would prove he was worth something after all the hardships his father endured for his upbringing. He had to win, or it would feel like a letdown to his father. He pinched his forehead and stood up with both controllers in hand. Present Mike, one of their teachers, walked in to check on the commotion. Without hesitation, Bakugo shoved a controller into the teacher's hand, who paused in surprise. Bakugo raised his voice over the disagreement around him. "As you can see, I'm playing FIFA, but this controller is terrible, messing with the gameplay. Can you show them it's not as good?" Kirishima's jaw dropped as the teacher walked to the front and tested the game. After clicking a few buttons, he paused and agreed. "Yes, this controller is indeed inferior." "I knew it," Bakugo exclaimed, grinning despite being scolded for his language. "I played the old FIFAs a lot as a kid. It would be fun to see what you students are up to. I'll be the referee." As the match commenced between Bakugo and Tsuyu, deciding the winner in a penalty shootout with the same controller, Mike was now part of the chaotic tournament. He watched with determination, ready to fulfill his duties if anyone misbehaved during the game, while also enjoying the chance to bond with the students. He reminded Mineta to stop distracting Bakugo as he prepared to take his shot. With 10 penalty shots between the two sides, Bakugo Katsuki emerged as the winner. He didn't smile or thank the clapping crowd. He simply sighed in relief as a gentle breeze brushed under his arms. On Thursday, Bakugo went through his lessons without much happening, his focus solely on lunchtime, which had finally arrived. He sat next to Mina, engaging in her small talk as others entered the room. She poked at his shoulder multiple times, nearly earning a scold from him until he realized why she was doing it. Mike had returned, this time accompanied by their homeroom teacher, Aizawa. Students surely wondered how the grumpy teacher had been persuaded to join their lunchtime fun. I wonder who you'll get this round, Blasty. It doesn't matter, I will win. Mina clapped with a grin. That's the spirit. Bakugo's name was called out alongside Minoma. Of all the people, it had to be him. Bakugo rolled his eyes. The annoying student from the other class always affected him in challenges, and now with FIFA, he couldn't let that happen. One goal could change the entire momentum of the game. As Bakugo sat down, Minoma extended his hand with a sharp smile. Good luck to you, Bakugo. Bakugo grimaced. I don't need any luck. Whatever you say. Minoma withdrew his hand and gleefully chose Manchester City, arguably the best team in the top English division. After yesterday's experience, Bakugo carefully checked the buttons as he selected his team and pressed ready, once satisfied with the controller's quality. Both students displayed talent in their gaming skills, making this match entertaining and a must-see, especially with the large crowd cheering them on. Minoma intercepted a cross and began passing between players as he moved into Bakugo's half of the pitch. Bakugo pressed the sprint button, charging his midfielders toward Minoma's players for a chance to tackle. The background noise faded until a familiar voice broke through. Bakugo, you better not be bothering Midoriya. Uraraka's voice. When did she arrive? Bakugo hovered his thumb over the pause button. Shut up, round face. He stood on an artificial green pitch, looking down at the blue football kit that fit him perfectly. A warm breeze brushed his hair back. Where the, he muttered as he walked on the pitch in his studded boots. The sun was in his eyes, so he squinted and began to run. A ball appeared in front of him, and he kicked it while running. His head turned around. Where am I? As he neared the goal, defenders in red kits blocked his path. Matching their kit, a red boot stepped on Bakugo's and kicked the ball away. With a glare, Bakugo prepared to shove the person but froze. Black spiked hair looked down at him, chuckling and crossing his arms. The villain who had kidnapped him was there, and Bakugo felt paralyzed. We meet again. Bakugo took a step back, trying to run, but his body wouldn't listen, making him move toward the team and follow the ball. Other villains were present, and he struggled to restrain himself as he got closer. His body lunged at one of them, and he closed his eyes, bracing for a fall that never came. Opening his eyes, he found himself running past them, the ball still at his feet. His eyelids widened in surprise as his arms moved back and forth at an angle. 2 metal poles stood from the ground, dusted with chalk. The breeze added to the momentum, giving Bakugo a gentle push. With no one to defend, he lifted his foot to score the goal. She caught the ball and glared at her son. What did I tell you about playing around? She demanded, rushing toward him. Dad, he called out, looking around frantically. The villains laughed, his mother joining in. He can't save you now, brat. She pushed him to the ground, and he slid against the grass. Open your eyes, this is nothing for a wannabe hero. His eyes closed, arms wrapping around himself. Once again, his body didn't respond to the signals of distress. Mitsuki kicked her son lightly, all my time and effort wasted on a greedy pity-seeker. It was strange not feeling the pain but being aware of it. That sensation faded when he felt his shoulders being pulled from side to side. Bakugo! Kaken! His eyelids rolled back as Bakugo frantically searched the classroom, falling back on Kirishima and Midoriya, who wore worried expressions. Bakugo swatted their hands away and moved forward, realizing he was on the floor. He saw leather boots he recognized as his teachers and tilted his head back. How do you feel? Aizawa asked. Yeah, I'm fine, just lost my sanity for a bit. What you experienced was the result of Shinso's quirk. We found out soon after that he used another student's voice to get you to respond and then mind control. His palm was going to bruise from digging his nails in. He discovered what he needed and seized the chance, ignoring the protests from the two. Monoma was disqualified for cheating, which meant Bakugo was in the finals tomorrow. He would participate, that was a given. Some mind games wouldn't affect him. On Friday, bro, I really don't know if this is a good idea. Kaken, you don't need to. Bakugo paused in his steps toward the classroom, causing the other two to bump into him. He threateningly raised his fist at them, and Kirishima held it back. You know what I don't need? This nonsense. I don't even remember yesterday. I'm fine. Bakugo made sure to flip them both off with his other hand as he entered the room, nearly tackled to the floor by an excited Kaminari. For the love of... The final between Bakugo and... Who will win? Shiro narrated as he sat on the table. When the hell were you in this soy sauce? I was there. Bakugo sighed and lifted himself with his legs. He was teetering on the edge of reality, exhaustion swallowing him from poor sleep as he moved to the front of the room. Shiro looked at him as he sat down, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. Immediately, his expression turned to concern. Hey, amigo, if you want, we can do it next week. No, I want this over with. He shook his head and held the controller, nearly dropping it at first. With hesitation from everyone surrounding him, the match began. He managed to keep Shiro's players on their toes as the game started, but his momentum dipped after the first few minutes. It wasn't long before Shiro scored his first goal and then his second. With the score at 2-0, Bakugo kept playing, but he felt the stuffiness and heat of the room and his father's voice echoing in his mind. He nearly fell forward, being shaken awake by Kendo. Mashing buttons incoherently, Shiro scored his fifth goal. Kaminari looked at Kirishima's worried expression and put his arm on his back. I know. He doesn't look well, Kami. It was only half-time, and Bakugo had no shots on target. He sat in the same position, feeling another ache in his head. Shiro whispered to Kendo, and they nodded. Midoriya saw them close the game, accepting Shiro as the winner of the prize, and went to personally check on his friend. Hey, can you see me? Midoriya waved his hand in front of Bakugo, seeing no response. He decided it was best to take him to the school nurse and helped lift him up with Kirishima's assistance. Thank you, Kirishima-kun. It's no problem. They led him to the nurse's office, helped him lie on the bed, and told the nurse to check on him. Okay, I will assess him. You can check on him later. They both bowed to the nurse and then left her in peace to work. After multiple tests, she concluded he was unwell due to dehydration and likely a lack of sleep, a result of immense stress, as explained by the other boys. For now, she would let him sleep as much as he could and provide water once he was awake. On Thursday, the door shut behind him as he stepped into the house after a dream that felt intentional. He thought no one was home, and that was what he needed. Collapsing onto the bed, he sniffled to break the vibrating silence. After exhausting himself with tears, he sat up and rubbed his eyes, scanning his room. He needed to dust the objects he owned. Another time, perhaps. He should at least dust the All Might figurines. So tired, he splashed water on his face and saw his reflection in the mirror. There was nothing to comment on, so he turned on his feet and groaned. He looked like his mother. As the hours passed, darkness enveloped the outside world, matching the gloom inside. He refused to turn on a light, letting his strained eyes adjust to the dimness. Once he finally put his mind to rest and slept, he woke up at midnight to yelling from downstairs. The harsh words from his mother pierced through the silence. His gut sank in guilt, but his mind felt fuzzy, and a new wave of tears flowed from his eyes. His head throbbed from the strain, and he tried to fall asleep again, but minutes passed with no luck. The urge to scream was overwhelming as he sat on the edge of his bed, head in his hands. His fan spun at maximum speed, trying to cool the overheating boy but with little success. He threw off his shirt, tossing and turning, trying to drift off but held back by his mother's loud voice. Why didn't she care that it was keeping him up? At one point, she even scolded him for turning the fan back on to waste electricity. If he weren't so tired, he would have given his mother a piece of his mind. When it was quiet, he still couldn't sleep, and it was starting to make no logical sense. It felt like madness to Bakugo. He could barely string together a coherent thought without it pounding in his head. The blue light from the screen didn't help, but he needed someone to talk to, someone to help him. He wanted help so badly that he felt like crying. Pikachu. He was the only person close enough and awake at this hour. A message was sent, and a response came a minute later. He explained his physical symptoms, overheating and a headache. The other advised him to drink cold water to cool down, and Bakugo tried it, feeling significantly better. Before he drifted back to sleep, he sent Kaminari an orange heart emoji. Bakugo stretched his neck after a brief power nap. The school nurse handed him a plastic cup of cold water, which he gulped down without hesitation. "It's the end of the day, you're free to leave whenever you feel ready," she told him. "I guess I will go now." "Thank you." "Welcome. Don't forget to take care of yourself." He waved her concerns away playfully and walked home. On the way, he passed lively shops where couples were ordering lunch, and he saw another couple taking turns pushing each other on the swings at the local park. "I guess no one is waiting for me, not that I need it," Bakugo thought as he kicked tiny rocks onto the road. He had no idea that Midoriya had checked in on him 20 minutes later, as he hadn't stuck around. A sadness settled in his chest, cold and heavy. The wind that had kept his sadness at bay faded, replaced by the warm sun above his home, melting it away and making the emotion feel raw and new. His father lay curled up on the couch, shaking slightly, while the TV buzzed with a quiz show. Bakugo poked his head through the door and called out to him, but when he received no response, he walked upstairs. Hours passed uncomfortably in his room. He occupied himself with a video game, but soon grew bored and saved his progress in Assassin's Creed. Guilt tugged at him as he debated whether to check on his father, especially after hearing his mother's scolding, knowing she had likely taken out her frustrations on him. Taking a deep breath, he lifted himself off the ground and walked down the stairs, his arm tracing along the lime green handrail. He stood still for a moment in front of his father, observing him closely. His father's eyes were dry, and his face was streaked with tears. Bakugo nearly choked on his breath as he struggled to find the right words. "Dad?" His father, a man who was supposed to protect their family, looked far from strong now. He struggled to even open his mouth, and Bakugo could only process his incoherent groans. It didn't look like his dad. It was more like a shadow of the man he used to be. "It's my fault for keeping him with that woman. If I hadn't..." Finally, he made sense of it. "Cat." Bakugo knelt next to the couch and placed his palm on his father's forehead. It was very warm. After giving him some water and helping him sit up, his phone buzzed in his back pocket. He pulled it out to check a message from his mother. Most were angry messages about his father, providing context for their latest argument. Why is Mom upset about you being protective?" Masaru wiped his forehead with a sigh. "Your mother left to see your grandpa, and I'm not well, so I wanted you to stay at the Midoriyas for the night. That way you're in a safe place." "But Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm fine. I'll just go upstairs and sleep, it's fine." "You're also close with her son, and I know you haven't been hanging out with anyone much, so I don't want your mother to take that away from you too." Perplexed, Bakugo met his father's eyes, which were filled with desperation. He couldn't find it within himself to decline. "What about Mom?" he asked. "Forget her. She can deal with me. Go upstairs, put on something comfortable, and I'll message Inko to let her know." As Bakugo pulled on his favorite shirt, he realized where he was going. How embarrassing. Would Midoriya even be okay with him suddenly appearing on his doorstep like this? There's no way he could play this off as normal. After checking all his essentials one last time, he met his dad downstairs. After some convincing, he left the house with a backpack and a fluffy coat. He yanked the door open and dropped into the passenger seat. A yawn escaped him, which he quickly covered with his fist. His father, looking much more recovered primarily due to determination, pulled the gear stick to drive. The sun had set, giving way to the moon as the sky deepened into navy blue, accompanied by distant howls. The car parked nearby, and his father opened the door for him after checking for passing cars. Bakugo scoffed and grabbed his things, feeling his cheeks heat up from embarrassment. Was it worth checking on his father? They walked toward the Midoriya household, the sound of crunching gravel beneath their feet. After pressing the doorbell, they didn't have to wait long for Inko to open the door with a wide smile. "Masaru, you look wonderful." He chuckled and thanked her, exchanging compliments as they caught up on the past few months. Bakugo zoned out, focusing instead on a startled Izuku, who shyly waved at him before approaching. His cheeks burned red, there was no escaping this. Shuffling past his mother, the shorter boy bowed at Bakugo. "Follow me, you must be cold." Bakugo didn't respond verbally and followed him inside. His coat was hung on the rack, and his bag was placed on the carpet next to his feet. The green-haired boy was as polite as ever. Bakugo sat with his legs crossed while Izuku brought him a glass of water with a straw. The straw wasn't necessary, but Bakugo decided to keep that thought to himself. Turning his head to check on his dad, he wasn't surprised to see the two still talking, both wearing cheerful expressions. His eyes drifted to the bowl of popcorn, left untouched by Bakugo. "No popcorn." "I'm all right," Bakugo replied, his arms crossed. The shorter boy's eyes widened. "Oh, I know. I'll get those chocolates you loved as a kid. Hold on." No use." Midoriya almost sprinted to the kitchen, and Bakugo didn't bother yelling to get his attention. Instead, he sank into embarrassment. He returned shortly after with a bowl of miniature Snickers wrappers. Bakugo's eyes followed it until the bowl was set down, then he turned his attention back to the potted plant in the corner. He didn't know the name of it, but he liked its shape, tall with small leaves that poked outwards. To ease the cold air of shyness between them, Midoriya chose a random movie for background noise. Bakugo seemed interested, yet he didn't grab even one chocolate to snack on. Midoriya sat slouched, mumbling before finding the confidence to fully speak. "Kaken, you haven't had any." The blonde looked ahead and shrugged. "I'm not hungry." Neither spoke. Silence returned, with only the noise from the TV, which presented a scene of two swans gliding across a pond. They separated, one dipping its head under the water while the other flapped its wings. Inko returned with a smile. "It's so lovely to have you with us, Katsuki. It has been too long. How are you, honey?" "I'm good, thank you. It's nice to be here. I'll leave you boys to it. I'm sure there's lots going on at school to catch up on." She walked away, leaving Bakugo with a different feeling, one that contrasted sharply with the usual mountains of remorse he climbed. The mother of the boy he had put through so much welcomed him into her home. It confused him and possibly scared him. But the swan lifted its head from the cold water and swam towards the other. "Izuku." Bakugo almost whispered, his hands linked. "HM? Did you say something?" He leaned back and took a deep breath. "Remember when we were kids, and whenever my parents argued, you'd hug me? Can I? Please." Bakugo confirmed. He soon brought Midoriya into his arms, looking down as he curled into the embrace. They fit together comfortably, and all that could be heard was the soft piano from the movie, along with an occasional whimper that Midoriya took no notice of. "Do you remember that time when we had that Halloween party?" Midoriya began. "Where we left a mess on the neighbor's doorstep?" "Yeah. Well, that was you." Bakugo smiled. No. Don't deny your younger self was any less mischievous." Bakugo didn't realize they had shifted to a position that allowed them to lay down. He let his mind wander for once in the last few months and relaxed on his friend's chest. He used to look forward to spending time here. His opinion never changed. It was more an expectation he had to fill to maintain a strong persona. The further away people were, the easier it was for him. Was it to protect himself or to shield those close to him? It hurt to think about it. Every action he made ended in regret. With so many regrets, how could he ever make things right? He shouldn't have asked for comfort. He should be comforting Midoriya for everything he put him through. He messed up and moved away from Midoriya with a shaky breath. He gripped the ends of his hair and leaned forward. "Hey, Kaken? What's going on?" Thoughts tangled around each other, obscuring his moral compass. Insults twisted reality, blurring the line of where he stood. It wrapped around his neck as he choked back sobs. Midoriya shifted next to him, pulling him back into the embrace, muttering soft affirmations. He raked his hand through Bakugo's hair, and it worked wonders in soothing him. Bakugo could breathe but chose to stay in the hug. "Kaken, is it helping?" A soft theme could be heard. "Please have some water, it'll help hydrate you." "I'll hold the glass, okay?" Another softer than before. Midoriya made a decent effort to keep water nearby so Bakugo could drink from the straw. The glass was emptied shortly after, and Bakugo sat back with a gasp of relief. He turned his head and noticed the worry in Midoriya's eyes. "Hey Aya. I'm okay. Just had a moment, don't you dare tell anyone or bring this up." "I would never. This is personal. I know you'll tell me when you're ready, but I'll still ask what's upsetting you." Bakugo whispered so quietly that he wondered if he heard it himself. "Could you say that louder?" "My parents are getting a divorce." "Oh, I'm sorry. That's never easy to deal with." "I don't need your pity, it's fine. Honestly, it's for the best. The old man deserves so much better, but why does it feel like it's my fault?" "No. I mean sorry, it's not your fault. It's far from that. Parents are adults and can make their own decisions. That's nothing for you to blame yourself for." Bakugo kept his eyes closed to block any more tears from escaping. "How long have you felt that way?" His voice cracked. "For so long." Midoriya felt a tear on his own cheek as he sat next to his childhood friend. He took a deep breath and continued his pledge to look after Bakugo, whether it was difficult or not. "Nerd, it's my crying time, not yours." "I'm so sorry." Midoriya raised an eyebrow at hearing Bakugo laugh. Soon, they were both laughing together over how easily Midoriya would cry, and eventually, they ended up in a deep conversation about their golden memories. From when they first began school to the day they climbed onto the roof of Bakugo's house to watch the stars. His mother was furious when she caught them, scolding Bakugo for hours about the danger they had put themselves in. Bakugo ate a few of the chocolates, and afterward he felt the exhaustion of the day resurface as he smoothly fell asleep. Bakugo ended up at school, as every day eventually arrived. He felt his mind drift more, from the silence at home to the conversations with that. He remembered leaving in the morning, neither of them mentioning the meltdown from the night before. He was glad Bakugo couldn't bring himself to talk any more on that topic. Although Midoriya probably knew everything now. So much for a stable family. Just him and his dear mother. God, he knew his dad needed to get away, but where would he even go? Back to his family? In one of his classes he found himself in a cloud, white air surrounding him. Flowers sprouted inside the cloud, wrapping around his ankles. He sat silently as they began to tighten, restricting his circulation. Movement caught his eye and he saw Midoriya. They stared at each other. Midoriya leaned forward with a pair of scissors, aiming towards Bakugo's ankles, causing him to instinctively try to move away, panic rising in his voice. He yelled and pleaded to be left alone until he shook his head and realized it was just a daydream. He was in history class, and each fantasy was becoming more nonsensical, making it sensible for him to let go of analyzing it. Midnight hesitated to change the PowerPoint slide, her gaze drifting to the student who was banging his head against the table. A ringing filled the air, accompanied by a few twitches from other students. The rest of the class turned to the noise, staring in confusion. More and more pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing a troubling picture of what was happening with Bakugo. Midnight approached him before anyone else could, clicking her heels as she moved. Bakugo remained still, showing no signs of moving. Eventually, she knelt beside him and whispered something in his ear, prompting him to push his chair back and walk out of the classroom immediately, his hair damp with sweat. Midoriya raised his hand, and Midnight pointed at him. "Should I?" "He'll be fine, give him time." She returned to her desk. Bakugo stomped down the hall, feeling the drops trickle down his hair. He passed another blonde who chuckled. "Out of class? Wow, look at you, the delinquent." Bakugo turned, irritation flaring. "What did you say?" "I said what I said, just an observation." The boy grinned as Bakugo lifted him by the shirt. "What's got you so worked up, geez?" Bakugo glanced down at the boy, who forced a smile, and then dropped him, walking away. He was tempted to retaliate but decided against it, kicking an empty can instead. He ended up going home, taking the bus to shorten his journey. On the way, he stared ahead, tuning out the sound of a woman soothing her crying baby. The rest of his day was uneventful, not worth mentioning or recalling. It felt repetitive. The situation was consistent, waiting for the paperwork to finish, which could take months at worst. Bakugo felt indifferent. He avoided confrontation over recent events, and no one seemed to question or care. In his eyes, he was that day. He listened to music, but Midoriya had other plans and approached him. "What now?" Bakugo sighed. "About the homework, can I see what you did?" He hadn't done it, putting him in a difficult position. He found himself reverting to his harsh demeanor. "Don't copy off me, use your own brain." "Good point." "Sorry, Kaken." Midoriya walked off, seemingly unbothered. Bakugo didn't believe it. Midoriya must feel some hurt from their interactions. Why wouldn't he? Being treated poorly by someone who deserved it. He never learned, and that boy was always nice to him. He couldn't clear his actions or change. No matter what, he always found himself in this same place of ashes. If he let Izuku in, he'd only get burned. Bakugo could only remain in this space and accept it as it was his place. Protect the ones you love most from him. It always led to him being the problem, ruining his parents, All Might. Izuku. The pattern continued. He shouldn't exist for any of what he had caused. Yet he wanted to be the best hero? Nothing he did felt heroic. No wonder the villains chose him. These thoughts grew louder each day. It wasn't just guilt he felt towards Midoriya. There was an unidentifiable emotion that scared him, the urge to cry. He thought he had buried that feeling long ago. Yet Izuku made him feel like a small child again, fragile, which felt ridiculous considering he had to be a worthy opponent. He was far from worthy, especially in his mother's eyes. She called him lazy for not doing enough work, saying it was a miracle his grades were intact. He needed to prove her wrong. So when Kirishima invited him to join the class for a shopping evening, he declined. He sat at home, slowly turning the pages of his book, rereading the same lines about the characters. He focused on choosing 5 quotes for each character to memorize, preparing for any questions. At some point, he took a break and checked his phone, scrolling through social media to see pictures of his classmates. They all wore expressions of happiness. Freedom. If he went, he could have ruined it for them. They deserved to be away and happy. Brat. He turned to see his mother standing at the door, holding a wooden spoon. She scolded him for using his phone before leaving. To her, he had done nothing and needed to work harder. But her words felt distant as he mindlessly read the book, his thoughts lingering on the pictures and himself. The next day was filled with reflections on the shopping spree. Tsuyu and Mina wore matching earrings they had bought on discount, while Kaminari had purchased another portable charger, which was pointless, but no one had the heart to tell him when he showed off the Pikachu design. Midoriya was quieter than usual, not enjoying it as much. He partly wished Bakugo had been there. He needed cheering up, and Uraraka wasn't helping either. She followed him everywhere, making him uncomfortable. He managed to buy something while she was distracted, but it was hard to keep her from looking at what he had purchased. Uraraka wasn't in class today, which brought him some relief. She always watched him and he could feel her gaze. At least he was safe for now. He approached Bakugo, who was looking away from the rest of the class, and dropped something into his bag, speed walking away before he could react. Bakugo raised an eyebrow as he pulled out a small box from his bag. Did Midoriya buy this yesterday? He opened it discreetly and stared at the item inside. It was an orange heart surrounded by miniature flowers. The brand wasn't cheap either. Why on earth? He quickly shoved the heart back into the bag before he could blush any harder. That idiot always managed to get under his skin. What else could the heart mean? He had given a poor confession. If he wanted to let him know, he could have said it in person. His heart felt things it shouldn't have, making the negativity seem distant, and he found himself softened by it. It lingered in his mind, and when he saw Midoriya at the lockers, he couldn't just walk past. He ended up pulling him away from the others by his tie. The other blinked multiple times. What is this? Bakugo asked, holding up the heart to emphasize his point. Did you like it? I saw it and thought to give it to you, the other replied. Bakugo glared. And what? The other asked, oblivious. It could have been his anger or the desires of his heart, but he chose to lean closer to Midoriya, brushing his lips against the edge of Midoriya's before turning away, his face flushed. And that? The other covered his mouth in surprise. Bakugo couldn't handle the anticipation, walking away and pushing the moment to the back of his mind. Bakugo sat in the bathroom, pausing his game to close his eyes. A soft sigh escaped his lips. It had been a day since he made that move, and the other hadn't said anything in return. He didn't want to dwell on it. At one point, he saw Midoriya with Uraraka. They seemed to be getting along well. Bakugo felt a twist in his stomach as he walked away from his group, leaning against a wall and curling in on himself. What an idiot, he thought. He forced himself to recover quickly and walked outside before anyone could notice. His phone rang and he saw it was his mother. He walked to a tree near the back of the school, an area he was sure no one would visit, and answered the call. Mom, you need to take the bus home today, your grandpa is ill. Bakugo sighed. Did I just hear a sigh? You ungrateful brat, she yelled into his ear. Says you, calling my dad names all the time. Isn't the divorce enough for you? Watch your mouth or you'll regret it, she seethed, prompting him to drop the topic and hang up shortly afterward. He shoved his phone into his back pocket and stormed off to class, passing Monoma leaning against the wall. He didn't realize his parents were getting a divorce, and he smirked at the weakness in his grasp as he flicked his pen and left. He couldn't bear to face Midoriya. What if he told everyone? His head slammed against the desk again, but no one heard, too busy listening to a loud documentary about a woman named Barbara who worked in recycling. Yes, he didn't care about that. The day ended, and they still weren't speaking. Bakugo decided to walk home instead, despite knowing he would be exhausted afterward. On the way to his house, he saw Midoriya struggling to unlock his door, mumbling things he couldn't quite make out. The blonde turned to watch the other, slipping on a rock and falling over. He caught himself with his hands and stared at Midoriya, who stared back. Bakugo slowly stood up and began to walk away. Kaken. Bakugo paused, squeezing his hands, waiting for it. We should talk about yesterday. He trudged back to Midoriya with a pained expression. I shouldn't have, it was a mistake. I assumed. A mistake? You didn't mean it. Midoriya turned his head. No, I did. He crossed his arms and looked anywhere but at the green-haired boy. He waited what felt like an eternity, tapping his foot. I didn't think this day would come. I've liked you for years, but I believed you would never feel the same. Bakugo turned back to Midoriya, seeing him nod shyly. What changed? Midoriya asked. Bakugo scratched his arm. I don't know when or how. It just felt right. I'm not good at this. Neither am I, he chuckled. But we can both try? Bakugo found himself mesmerized by the orange hue of the sky, swirling like a beautiful canvas. Try? What would people think? This might be too much. Bakugo sighed. What matters is our feelings. We can handle the rest. Midoriya walked toward Bakugo, taking his hand into his own. You're impossible, Bakugo smirked, never leaving me. I know. Midoriya smiled, holding Bakugo's hand as they both gazed at the sky above. And that was one of those days when he felt good, happy with his existence. It was a new experience, lively and different from the same routine. It was an escape from the home he was in. Since the beginning of their relationship, neither had changed their behavior in school. It was as if the day never happened, but for the couple, there was an extra layer of warmth when they shared glances. Midoriya couldn't help but smile brighter, if that was possible, when talking to his new boyfriend. Speaking of him, he leaned on Bakugo's desk as he discussed his math work for Bakugo to check, his hands softly brushing past the blondes. Bakugo interlocked his pinky with the freckled boy's. Idiot, you don't subtract the second algebraic fraction, he stated, smirking. Oh, it slipped my mind, I was thinking of other things. Like an angry Pomeranian, Midoriya teased. Bakugo pouted and turned his head. Quit it. Once Aizawa joined, Everyone moved back to their seats, including the last conversation he had with Midoriya. Bakugo fiddled with his nails, looking down with boredom. His ears perked up at a nearby conversation. For the recent performance of Shakespeare's play, I went with both my parents. It was a wonderful time with them. Momo remembered fondly. It must be nice to go with both of them, Bakugo thought. He couldn't remember the last time they did that. Had it been years? Even when they did, it always ended badly, and he looked forward to the moment the day was over. Oh, that was Ida. That's lovely that you spent time with them. We always do. Sometimes I find it annoying having them involve me in their errands, but they're happy, so I shouldn't complain. Talk about bragging. It wasn't that Bakugo wanted what she had, it was just that happiness. He wanted it so badly to feel embarrassed by how much his parents adored each other. To know they were happy, regardless of him. That he didn't just force two strangers to remain as one. Yet, that was the reality. Now he would just be with his mother, whenever that would be. They'd be happy that way, right? His mom never took him places often, only focused on her work. So, it was unlikely he would ever go with her. He felt pathetic, stupid, weak, and fragile. Was it so hard for him to not care about it? So he did what he could to hide his weakness, what he always did, fuel his anger. He leaned further against the desk. It's perfect because I was everything they wanted. It completed the picture, as you say. Have they ever had any disputes? Todoroki asked. Never. I think they're made for each other. Bakugo breathed intensely and slowly, wanting to explode like the one from his palms. Shaking with barely contained frustration, Bakugo felt himself teetering on the edge of losing control. Jealousy coursed through him, an unwelcome companion. It felt unfair that he was burdened with guilt while others seemed to enjoy their freedom. His thoughts spiraled, trying to convince him that he deserved this anger, but it only intensified, growing like a towering tree in his mind. He struggled to keep still, his fists clenching with the urge to lash out, to release the pressure building inside him. Maybe he could flip a table to vent his frustration? But his body felt heavy, as if it were anchored to his seat. Our parents should meet up again. It was a fun evening with all of us together, Ida said, his gentle smile only adding to Bakugo's irritation. That was the last straw. Did Ida have to remind him of how lonely he felt? He didn't want pity or forced interactions, it only fueled his anger. The unfairness of it all pushed him closer to a breaking point, and he didn't care about the consequences anymore. In that moment he was ready to explode. What held him back? Was it the fear of drawing attention to himself, or the realization that he didn't want to be just a loud bark without substance? Perhaps it was the last shred of reason that kept him from storming out of the classroom. Bakugo left his belongings behind and found himself at the bus stop, but he walked past it, needing to cool off before doing something he might regret. His phone buzzed as he passed two houses painted white. After confirming it wasn't his mother, he answered the call. Hello. What is it, old man? Bakugo replied, irritation creeping into his voice. You called me. He had. Well, I wanted to see if you could pick me up. I'm in a bit of a mess. He had walked most of the way home and didn't want to go any further. I just finished my appointment. Where are you? Near that kid's school, a bit past the car dealership. Oh, I think I know where that is. I'll come now, but you're supposed to be in until 3. What happened? Shut up. I'll explain in the car. He hung up, seething. About 10 minutes. Later, he spotted his father and waved him into a side road so he could hop inside. Bakugo opened the door and sighed as his father turned the wheel. So, what happened? His father asked. I don't know, I just got really angry. People wouldn't stop talking. I didn't want to stay and do something I'd regret. Where's your bag? Bakugo stared at his shoes. I left it. What? Katsuki, someone could steal it. Chill, it's fine. Sensei probably took it into his office. You better email him then, your wallet is in there. Yeah. He definitely wouldn't, that would be too embarrassing. The drive home was silent, aside from his father's attempts at small talk. Bakugo got out of the car as soon as they arrived, not bothering to wait for his father. The wind ruffled his hair as he walked inside and collapsed onto the couch. Checking his phone, he noticed that his boyfriend had sent several messages. He felt guilty for making Midoriya worry. What could he say? He didn't want to add to his boyfriend's concerns. After some thought, he typed out a message to reassure Midoriya that he was okay and wouldn't be a bother anymore. He wanted to keep communication open, at least to a reasonable level. Hey nerd, I'm home and fine. Just couldn't deal with today. Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow. He felt a wave of relief after sending it, especially when he received hearts in response from the freckled boy. Despite his habits making it difficult, he wanted to maintain their connection, so he planned to talk things over soon. There were no updates from his parents. They were still waiting for the divorce papers. Either the workers were slow, or one of them was being dishonest. They barely spoke, living like strangers under the same roof. Ironically, they continued their daily routines as if nothing had changed. It was oddly comforting, like a warm embrace that settled into his bones. His father seemed healthy, easing Bakugo's worries and allowing him to breathe a little easier. The next day at school, he donned his usual tough persona, marching in and slamming his hands on the table as the door closed behind him with a loud bang. He thought he could glide past the concerns of others, but Midoriya saw through his facade, analyzing his emotions. Respectfully, the freckled boy gave him space, waiting for a private moment to discuss things his usual approach. Midoriya wasn't acting significantly different. He just wanted to remind Bakugo that it was okay to lean on him for support, but accepting that help would take time. Problem kid, over here, Aizawa called, motioning for Bakugo to come over as the last of his classmates left. Sensei, is something wrong? Midoriya asked, fidgeting with his fingers. No, not at all. I don't want to pry, but my intuition tells me one of my students is dealing with more than they let on. Are you talking about Kaken? Aizawa nodded, leaning back in his chair. You two have been spending more time together. Do you know if he's okay? Things have been tough for him. You'll have to ask him yourself. I'm just trying to be there for him. As long as someone is supporting him, Aizawa agreed, allowing Midoriya to leave the classroom. As Midoriya exited, he spotted Bakugo leaning against the lockers with his arms crossed. Nerd, Bakugo began. Oh, were you waiting for me? Midoriya asked, surprised. Of course not. Well, what do you think? I know Aizawa was asking about me. Midoriya's eyes widened. Don't look so shocked. He was obvious about it. Did you tell him anything? I didn't because that's your business. Bakugo sighed, a hint of worry creeping in. Right. I'll see you later. Wait. Don't you want to hang out? Midoriya tugged at Bakugo's sleeve, his soft eyes making it hard to refuse. Maybe later, Bakugo replied, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth. Sorry. His voice was barely audible, but Midoriya heard him. The other boy quickly reassured him. No. You're okay. But please talk to me if you need to. I just don't want you to deal with this alone. Bakugo looked down, avoiding Midoriya's gaze. I know. But why did that hurt so much? He found himself in the bathroom again, scratching his head and questioning his choices. He deserved this, right? This was better than bothering others. Why didn't it end? Was his purpose to bring misfortune? Why am I alive? He croaked, collapsing onto himself. His eyes felt dry, emotions trapped behind a dam he couldn't break, stuck in this broken state. After lunch, he pushed through the doors and caught a glimpse of his expressionless face in the mirror. He felt lifeless. The door handle jabbed his elbow as he shuffled to class. He opened the door and stared at unfamiliar faces. Great. My bad, Bakugo sighed, turning and sprinting away. This time, he reached his class and ignored the time, plopping into his seat with a scowl. To make matters worse, a headache began to throb, and by the end of the lesson, he felt like he could hardly think. He rested his head on the desk, groaning. Suddenly, he felt a gentle nudge. It was Midoriya, his brow furrowed with concern. He wrapped an arm around Bakugo and began to lead him out of class. Izuku. Bakugo mumbled, watching the boy's fluffy hair bounce. His mind drifted to a herd of sheep, all trapped within an oddly colored fence. Most were unattractive and wild with dull gray coats. Among them, Bakugo's gaze was drawn to a green sheep that approached him, lowering its head for a gentle pat. Hesitating, he reached out, resting his hand on the soft animal, feeling its warmth. "You're not ugly like the other sheep," Bakugo murmured to himself. The sheep made a soft sound and wandered away. "What? Come back," he called, following the green sheep as the scene shifted into a forest. He kicked aside sticks, continuing until the sheep halted. Ahead, he saw a cloaked figure kneeling down, grabbing the sheep and pulling it away, ignoring its cries for help. Bakugo felt helpless, unable to reach the sheep before it was lost to him. He gasped, turning away and noticing his palms. He muttered a curse and wiped his forehead, adjusting to the familiar surroundings of his home. The shouting from downstairs confirmed he was indeed where he belonged. He walked to his window, pushing the curtains aside. His eyes scanned the cloudy sky, recovering from a storm. The wind rushed in, and he squinted against it. A song. A way to express himself, even when words failed him. He shared the link with Midoriya and played the song on the ledge, embracing the continuous breeze. "Don't want to call you in the night time. Don't want to give you all my pieces." Bakugo swiped at his forehead, trying to fend off the headache. He gazed at the flickering stars, whispering the part that resonated with him the most. "Don't want to give you all my demons, you'll have to watch me struggle from several rooms away. But tonight I need you to stay." 20 minutes passed, the plan to extend it. Sleep wasn't on the agenda, everything felt sour. However, he couldn't keep listening to the song when the phone rang, so he picked it up. "What?" "Look down," Midoriya instructed. Bakugo raised an eyebrow and glanced down, spotting a speck of green. "What the heck?" "I heard the song," Midoriya yelled. "Shut up, you'll wake the neighbors. Get up here." "How do I figure it out?" Midoriya ended the call, and Bakugo sat on the bed, examining his bitten nails. Eventually, Midoriya climbed through Bakugo's window, panting like a small dog. He rushed over and tackled Bakugo, ignoring his protests. Bakugo grabbed a pillow and playfully hit Midoriya on the head, hearing soft giggles. His red eyes began to relax from their usual tension. After that night, Bakugo realized he couldn't face everything alone. Weighing his options, he clung to Midoriya with a grip that guilt couldn't break. But that connection had unexpected effects. The next morning, Bakugo woke up and stared at the ceiling, examining the cracks. To his side, he saw Midoriya curled against him, softly snoring. He released a breath and gently brushed the hair from Midoriya's eyes, noticing the boy's scrunched-up nose. With newfound determination, Bakugo clenched his fist. He could do this. There was a chance to amend his past mistakes, accept his worth, and give to others. It was the best he could do after how he had treated his friends. His friends. The thought ached, he didn't feel deserving of them. So unlikable and brash, what did they see in him? Yet, for some reason, he accepted his connection with Midoriya, giving up on pushing him away. Perhaps it was stubbornness or the years spent together that had strengthened their bond in a way unlike anything else. Give more and want less simple in theory. Time passed, and Bakugo shook Midoriya awake before preparing for school. On their way, Midoriya helped a child who had lost their dog, his smile reminiscent of All Might brave and uplifting. They entered the classroom, and Bakugo greeted his friends, feeling a twinge of guilt for backtracking on his tough exterior. 10 minutes into the lesson, he lost interest in the teacher and held his palms together, returning to thoughts of gratitude. I've done nothing but take from them. And yet, they still come back. How could he show his appreciation in a way that felt comfortable and real? As if he could give a speech about it that would be in another life. He had given gifts before, but only to his father. Gifts. That was a good idea. He could choose things that reminded him of his friends and leave them in their lockers anonymously. He didn't need them to know, it was just a way to repay their kindness. Before he knew it, break time arrived, and the lessons had flown by like a passing leaf on the road. He lifted his bag and saw his friends wave at him, biting his lip. I've got some stuff to do, maybe another time. No worries, Bakubro. You know where we'll be. Kirishima grinned. There it was, that kindness, seeing him as if he was worthy. Even if he couldn't be there, they acted as if he was, and Bakugo would never know what he did to earn that. From the start, he prepared for the possibility of having no friends, behaving like someone unlikable, yet these people didn't care. Were they mad, or had he gone mad? Bakugo waited for the classroom to empty and took a deep breath, scooting towards midnight. Hey, Bakugo, anything you need me for? Yeah, well, could I stay here for break? I have some homework to do. It's due next and I gotta focus. Of course, it's all yours. I'll leave you to it. Bakugo thanked his teacher as she left the class. He turned towards the pile of lined paper and selected the one at the top, placing it on his desk with a blue pen. The homework wasn't entirely a lie, it was due tomorrow, so he would do that later. Instead, he began listing his friends, debating and then adding Midoriya to the list. He examined it to make sure he didn't miss anyone he valued. Extras to gift. Shitty hair. Fake Pikachu. Pinky. Soy sauce. Phones. Green sheep. The first step was complete, so he needed to connect a brief explanation to their names about what he would buy them, at least as a prompt for when he looked in the shops. Kirishima liked sharks, and that was simple enough. Although a real shark wouldn't be an option, merchandise related to the aquatic theme would do. Then there was Kaminari. He loved K-pop groups, too many to list. He remembered that one of the groups he liked the most was NCT, so something related to that would work. For Mina, she adored soft objects, especially teddy bears. She had mentioned that her bed was covered with them, and she reminded him of a panda, so he wanted to give her a panda plush, hoping she didn't already have one. If she did, he was sure she wouldn't mind it having a long-lost brother. For Siro and Jairu, they enjoyed listening to music, so he could select gifts fitting that theme. Lastly, for Midoriya, he wanted to do something different. The paper was carefully placed into his bag, and he left, making it to his next lesson with minutes to spare. His father picked him up as usual on Thursdays, and all seemed well. He laughed at some TikToks his boyfriend found that bewildered him, then searched the shops to see what times they closed on weekends. Dinner was made earlier and ready to be served. His father took on the duty of reheating his wife's cooking and serving it. His mother wasn't the most discreet person on calls, so when she talked to his father, Bakugo could hear her well from downstairs. The word, thick, echoed in his ears, not once but several times. He watched his father lean against the railings, a pained expression on his face as he listened too. Bakugo concluded that Masaru was being unfairly criticized by his mother. Bakugo didn't approve of it, it was harsh and unjustifiable. He was growing tired of the poor treatment his father received. Is Mom talking about you? That's not right, what the hell? His father remained silent, and soon the whole house followed suit. The call must have finished, footsteps echoing down the stairs as his father stepped away. Bakugo couldn't keep quiet and had to ask, "Why were you talking about Dad on the phone?" "I wasn't talking about him." "Masaru, were you eavesdropping?" Her husband waved his hands. "No, I didn't." "Tell her, Katz." "So you were." Bakugo interrupted, "No, both of you." His mother glared dangerously. "I haven't done anything wrong. Haven't you given me enough problems, Katsuki?" He gritted his teeth. "I didn't mean it like that. You're grouping me and your father together when he's the one in the wrong." Stop swearing. I have to because you keep shouting and won't listen to a thing I say. Listen to me. I was saying that we both heard, and you misunderstood. As it always did, things turned back to the parents. "Can we just enjoy our dinner, please?" Masaru begged. "No, we can't. I'm sick of your behavior, eavesdropping and judging my every move. You've cost me so much of my life." Soon they all sat at the table, and Bakugo knew the food had to be eaten, so he forced it down, staying away from the conversation. His father began to tear up. Look at him, begging for sympathy. "Oh, boo-hoo. I told you not to bring it up," Masaru scolded his son, wiping at his own eyes. "Don't blame him. This is your own fault for behaving the way you are. If you didn't say foolish things all the time, maybe you wouldn't be in this situation." "You're right. I'm worthless, I'm a failure. Give me a break." Yelling commenced back and forth until it was over, and his mother went to wash her hands. Bakugo's father took the chance to jab his finger toward his son as he yelled, "Now look what you've done." Bakugo flinched, looking at the floor farthest away. He didn't mean to do it, but it felt like his fault. Although his mother thought otherwise, don't listen to him, Katsuki. He's just trying to make you feel guilty like he has your whole life. You haven't done anything. She tried to protect him, but he couldn't shake off the blame, walking up the stairs to find his room. He sat on the bed and leaned forward, sighing into his palms without a tear escaping. The same expressionless face. He couldn't even cry out his frustrations at the isolation he felt in his own home. He was there, but he wasn't really there at all. Both within and without. He heard noises around him, ending his slumber as his eyes snapped open. Groggily, he turned his head and saw his father. The brunette stared back at his son in silence before placing his folded clothes on the desk and leaving. Bakugo stared at the wall, finally connecting the pattern to understand that his father was still upset with him for starting yesterday's meltdown. Bakugo didn't care that much, but it was uncomfortable to have those darkened eyes on him. There wasn't much he could do about it, waiting until his father cooled down and acknowledged him again. School was a pain, and he wasn't feeling up for it today, but there were no choices, so he stumbled out of bed. His clothes felt awkward as he hurriedly put on his shoes and closed the door behind him. With a light sigh, he began his walk, shoving his hands into his pockets to keep them warm. The mornings were always too chilly for his liking, but he pushed through. It's not like he had a weather quirk. The thought of his lingering anger with Momo made his face scrunch up. It felt petty. He tensed his shoulders and shook his head. It was in the past, but his mind didn't agree, nagging at him until he entered UA's grounds. He liked his lips and yanked the door open, stepping inside to find he was the first one there. His seat felt nearly frozen, and he curled up as he watched videos on his phone to pass the time. He smiled at the latest stream from his favorite content creator, Angry Ginge. The creator's rants and antics were hilarious and endearing, a perfect distraction when negativity clouded his mind. His body sank into the chair when he heard his teacher's voice, quickly shoving the phone back into his bag. It was surprising to see Midoriya in his seat. They didn't even exchange a word, which was unusual. Bakugo found himself questioning if he had done something to cause it, but his desire for control pushed the thought away. His palms were sweaty as he swiped his hair back, watching his friends walk ahead of him. He squinted to see two familiar figures, realizing he was a speck among them. When they disappeared, he was left alone. The green lights reflected off him as he searched the cobbled floors for others, but he couldn't find anyone. The teen rested on his elbows, reawakening to the world around him. The passing conversations kept him relaxed, oddly tired. His mind drifted elsewhere, leaving his body in comfort. He felt as if he were in a dream. Datsuku. Bakugo sighed softly. Their break between lessons ended abruptly when Kirishima grabbed him by the shoulders, pulling him to training class. He noticed Kirishima's toothy smile, and his breath lingered as if he didn't want the moment to end. They grabbed rackets and hit the ball back and forth, smiles shared as Bakugo listened to Kirishima talk about his day. He felt the joy radiating from his friend, especially when Kirishima mentioned how his mothers brought home takeout like they did every Thursday night. The warmth of friendship enveloped him, almost like a comforting hug. With a sudden whack, the ball dribbled to the end of the court, and Kirishima dashed after it, leaving Bakugo to catch his breath. A few tears escaped his eyes, but he still smiled for his friend, squeezing his eyes shut to push away the mistake. He wanted to go back to feeling nothing was better. But this moment was tender, pressing into his heart for reasons he couldn't understand. "I'm back. How about we team up and go against another pair?" Kirishima suggested. Bakugo walked towards him, and they joined Shiro and Kaminari, no surprises there. He waited behind with his worn racket while Kirishima tossed the ball into the air and hit it with enthusiasm. Shiro used his height to reach the ball before it went out, and it sailed between them. Bakugo crossed his arms as Denki stuck his tongue out. "That goofball." The sun glinted off Kirishima's grin as he swung the racket like a paintbrush. Bakugo wondered where Izuku was. Was he enjoying himself with his group? The thought was tempting, so he turned to look around and was taken aback by the sight of a brunette next to Izuku, her arm around his neck. It drained any emotion that had returned with Kirishima. Was he stunned or empty? Why wasn't he angry? Or was the burnt? It felt as if he was content with it, which was unthinkable. But his body seemed to disagree, leaving him lost in thought. The green ball rolled toward him, and he quickly raised his hand to catch it, wincing as it made contact. His eyes narrowed, and Kirishima gasped. "Bro! You're amazing at reacting, well done." Kirishima cheered. Zero interrupted, "It's still a point for me and Kami." Bakugo tooted in response and passed the ball to Kirishima, allowing him to continue the game. They ended up tying, and Bakugo left them behind, wanting to get a head start on changing his clothes. He grabbed a buttoned shirt and threw it over his shoulders just as Midoriya joined him. "Hey, Kaken." Midoriya greeted. Watching the shorter boy, Bakugo confirmed his sincerity and accepted it. The morning had been a misunderstanding and he still cared for him. He didn't hate him. That was when Bakugo's voice returned. "Hey, nerd." He mentally kicked himself. No, he didn't just kick. He felt like he was crushing himself, repeatedly punching and screaming at himself. He was an idiot, probably insane for being so hard on himself. But he felt remorse over the assumptions he had about Izuku, whether spoken aloud or not. It still mattered and deserved punishment. His heart sank, but he had to ignore that feeling, otherwise, people would notice, and that wasn't going to happen. At least the day was over, and now he could go home. It was a thin comparison between which place he preferred. Entering his home, Bakugo dropped his bag and met his mother's gaze as she concentrated on the news. When he subtly slid past, she called him over to join her. The current story reported a villain attack in another country, and the high number of casualties made it headline news. Mitsuki exclaimed, "You know, the villains aren't really villains, it's the media being biased. They're just fighting back for their own land." Here she went again, passionately laying out her perspective and sharing her knowledge. She often argued with her husband about it, claiming her points were controversial and that if people heard them, there would be issues. But that never stopped her. The man had no control over her. Bakugo's perspective was neutral. He couldn't care less about these topics. They only made him feel worse about life, and he didn't want to know his feelings were never considered. After a brief 5 minutes, he was finally allowed to continue with his day, though a headache kept him confined to his bed. His mind buzzed with a notification, a reminder of what he had planned for tomorrow. Forgives. At least he could find a way to apologize for his earlier selfishness. The thought brought him comfort, something he desperately needed. When Saturday arrived, he woke up without a headache and yawned, realizing he had slept in much later than his usual 6 a.m. routine. As he bobbed down the stairs, he encountered his father, who smiled warmly and offered to make him a cup of tea. The teen nodded and grabbed his phone, noting there were no messages to respond to. Bakugo enjoyed a small breakfast, dipping his biscuits into the tea and nearly exclaiming in frustration when one broke apart and rolled into the cup before he could catch it. "I'm heading out shopping, I need some supplies for school." Technically, it wasn't a lie. "Do you want me to drive you?" "Nah, I'll take the bus." "Don't stay out too long." His father always worried too much, like a helicopter hovering over him. Always checking to make sure he was okay, which irked him. He wasn't weak and didn't need that kind of treatment. A simple scolding like his mother's would suffice. Regardless, he took the bus and walked until a large building loomed before him. The first thing he bought was a lemonade to quench his thirst. The rest would be for his friends. To remind himself, he pulled out a piece of paper and scanned through the list. First on the list was Kirishima, but where would he find shark-related items? He sighed, knowing it would be a long day. He shoved his fists into his pockets and walked with his head held high. Entering a customized shop, he found a young woman waiting with her coffee in hand. "Hey, how can I help?" she smiled. I'd like a keyring." "What image would you like inside?" "Just some random shark." "Okay, it'll take about 10 minutes." He nodded and paid, then moved on to find the next item. K-pop for Pikachu. He spotted a nearby shop selling related items and began searching the titles on the shelves. Where was the group he needed? After a few minutes of searching, he was ready to give up and head home, but thankfully he found the NCT shelf. He randomly grabbed a poster and bought it, hoping the golden boy didn't already have it. After about 10 minutes, he returned to the first shop, where the woman handed him the keyring and he smiled, satisfied with the result. Continuing on, he left the shop and spotted Monoma walking past. He felt a wave of relief when the other didn't call him out or start complaining. The sunlight felt intense against his skin as he entered a stuffed animal shop for Mina. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with having soft creatures to hug, and many designs were visually appealing. It was society's ridiculous constructs that thought otherwise. He crossed his fingers, searching through the wild animal section of plushies. He noticed 2 round feet sticking out of a pile and lifted it, nearly jumping in happiness when he confirmed it was a panda. The panda's head sank, looking up at him with navy eyes. "Same buddy. I feel that," he mumbled, taking the soft item to the cashier. It was on sale, which was a nice bonus. After leaving the shop, he heard his name and scowled at the person he thought he had avoided. Wow. I didn't expect to find Katsuki Bakugo at a toy shop. Monoma wheezed, pointing at him with a stubby finger. "Yeah, get your laughs out." Bakugo crossed his arms, rolling his eyes. "Oh, is it because of the divorce? Looking for some comfort?" "What?" His eye twitched as he observed Monoma approaching him. "What are you talking about? There's no divorce happening." "No need to lie, son of a divorcee. Your face says it all. Which friend did you buy for?" Monoma leaned closer, pushing his hands toward Bakugo's bag as Bakugo tried to defend himself. "Get off! Back away!" he yelled, shoving Monoma back into a few passers-by. The onlookers became irrelevant as Bakugo focused on shutting Monoma up for good. He raised his fist. "Wait, don't do anything you'll regret." Monoma seemed fearful as he should be. The power dynamics had shifted. "And why would I listen to someone like you? I'm sure not many people know. We wouldn't want that to change, would we?" Bakugo dropped his hand, staring at his boots in defeat. Monoma continued with a grin. "That's it. I also want a few favors." "What?" Bakugo glared at him, fire in his eyes. Don't forget, I can tell people. It won't be much, I'm not that much of an a-hole. I'll keep in touch." And just like that he walked away, leaving Bakugo in a swirl of worries. He stormed off, scratching his chin. How could he know? He didn't want this to derail his plans for the day. His stomach twisted uncomfortably, urging him to go straight home. But he couldn't listen, he had things to buy, and he had to follow through. Forget his feelings, maybe this was karma for existing? Or whatever. A deserved punishment, so he would just have to SCK it up. What was next on the list? His mind was still reeling from the conversation with that nuisance. Looking at his list, he regrouped. He turned back to a music shop he had passed and went inside. The distinct sound of guitars assaulted his ears, making him grit his teeth as he ventured deeper. To avoid any more time spent making himself deaf, he quickly bought 2 music symbol keyrings and left. That was everyone, and he sighed, feeling some relief from completing his tasks. The last thing to do was write a note at home for Izuku. The bus was cramped, but it was finally over. He fell onto his bed and groaned. Bakugo grabbed a sheet of paper and found a random pencil to write with. "Dear Izuku, are you free next Friday?" Forget that. Of course, he would be free. He doesn't need to ask the obvious. "Dear Izuku, come with me on Friday to a cafe." It might sound a bit demanding, but it will have to do. He added a wonky heart to finish it off. On Monday, he could hand everything out. The rest of the day was dedicated to binge-watching whatever seemed interesting on his TikTok feed. On Sunday, the letter arrived with a form for a divorce. The anticipation turned into disappointment when he saw his mother stash the form into a random drawer, claiming they would handle it another time. His father was at work again, so he spent the day in his room. Kirishima waved at Bakugo when he entered, giving a thumbs up. The blonde thought he looked ridiculous, but that was no surprise. "Bro, I'm here before you. Are we in an alternate world or what?" "Sure." He sat down and crossed his legs, resting his head on the desk as vibrations hit the back of his throat. The window was covered in fog, making it hard to find anything memorable in the outdoors. English was before break time, which meant he needed to be swift in leaving, so he made it to the lockers first and slipped out before anyone noticed. Midnight continued analyzing the book with the class, finishing with an announcement about a mid-exam that would take place next week. The blonde decided to start revising that week rather than now. He didn't feel like getting into study mode just yet. Bakugo slammed his bag onto the desk, throwing all his stuff in and darting out of the room before his friends could notice. He marched down the hall, relieved that it was only him, but that wouldn't last long. He opened his friends' lockers and stuffed the gifts inside, then spotted Kirishima's hair in the distance and took the opportunity to quickly leave. He climbed up some stairs and sighed, resting his palm against the wall opposite him. I don't really want to talk to anyone, he thought dejectedly. His eyes landed on a door, and he went inside, finding a bathroom cubicle to sit in. He wondered if his friends had found the gifts by now and if they enjoyed them. He grinned at the thought of their smiles. I recognize your shoes, a voice called out. Bakugo nearly dropped his phone, a loud, "What the heck?" echoing in the room. He grabbed the phone tightly and yelled at the person outside, "Why are you looking for me, you creep?" I could smell a son of divorce. Bakugo kicked the door open, the hinges barely holding as he charged toward Monoma, pulling him by the chest. Monoma winced as his back hit the cold, snow-covered wall. "Unhand me," he whined, struggling against Bakugo's glare. "Like hell I will. Don't forget this situation you're in. You wouldn't want this secret spread around, would you?" He began to raise his voice, causing Bakugo to shudder and release his hold. He muttered in defeat, "You annoying pest." Monoma's grin returned, snapping his fingers to lead Bakugo outside as if he were a pet. The spiky blonde followed him, keeping in line without any words drifting between them. They reached the outdoors where pigeons flew above. He rubbed his eyes and yawned, pausing when he noticed Midoriya. "Kaken, why are you hanging out with him? Don't you hate each other?" the shorter boy bluntly questioned. Bakugo face-bombed, wondering when his boyfriend became so straightforward. He wasn't willing to explain the chaos he had walked into, so he let Monoma speak on his behalf. "We're friends now, you know?" He awkwardly patted Bakugo's shoulder, as if he were feeding a lion. "I know we have quirks and all, but don't take it too far," Bakugo scoffed. Midoriya couldn't help but giggle, which made Bakugo smile. Monoma was partially dumbfounded, scrambling for any excuse to get the nosy student off their trail. Uraraka called out, which solved the issue. How wonderful things were. However, Bakugo hesitated and grabbed the greenette's arm. "You are hanging out with her? What for?" he glared. Midoriya fiddled with his fingers. "She's being okay now, there's no need to worry." "Idiot. If she does anything." "She won't. I can look after myself, you know." Midoriya pouted, much to Monoma's shock. When did they become so close? Didn't Bakugo hate everyone? "But what about when you're tickled?" Bakugo retorted with a teasing grin. Midoriya began to walk away, leaving a safe distance before yelling out, "Who was the one that got rid of the spider the other day?" Bakugo marched forward, only to be pulled back by Monoma. "Shut up, that didn't happen." The freckled boy sprinted away to where a few of his friends were talking, escaping Bakugo's wrath. "Didn't expect you both to be lovey-dovey," Monoma commented. "Get off me. Who do you think you're touching, huh? I thought you were replaced. Good to know you're still a jerk. I'll beat you to the ground, watch your mouth." Monoma rolled his eyes, pulling him along to help with a request not yet. From one favor turning into two, then 3 and 4, it became nearly daily that Monoma would find Bakugo and pull him into a silly request. He was tired, so tired of it, but he couldn't refuse. The last of his dignity was at stake. His parents didn't notice his facial expressions, the mere effort to pass as okay. An emptiness followed him as he climbed to his room each day, not leaving until he had to. Then his body lay awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling with lifelessness. The screen's rays hit him in the face to pass the time. But nothing explained why he wanted the divorce to be over with already. Maybe the anticipation was too much. Or the strange normality of it all. His behavior was selfish, he was sure of it, but that didn't change anything. The feeling persisted, a mild burning inside that he had to wallow in. There wasn't anything specifically bad, he had someone who loved him, after all. But Lord knows why that teen ever did. What was so worth it? when all he did was cause trouble. Years ago, he had told his closest friend to take a swan dive off a roof. He always knew that part of him was directed at himself for all that guilt. The idea of diving didn't feel so bad. At least it helped him breathe. Maybe I should, he softly echoed in defeat. His dad constantly entered the room to ask if he was okay, acting as if he were a child when Bakugo certainly wasn't. This resulted in him yelling to assert some comfort in the situation. Barely did it help. The next day arrived, and he woke up early, hearing muffled voices from the room next door. He could make out a few words. His father was trying to console his mother about eating and moving forward, while she seemed reluctant to engage. A flick of a lighter caught his attention. He wanted to move closer to hear the full conversation, curious about his mother's thoughts. She frustrated him daily, but he cared about her and was genuinely worried. Slowly, he shifted his weight as he approached the open door, standing silently to listen. Regret washed over him. "I can't do this anymore," she croaked. His father stood outside her room as he replied, "I know it's tough, but you have to be strong and grow up, Mitz. I'm tired of everything going wrong for me. I embarrassed myself in front of my coworkers. You have to hold on, do it for our son. He needs you. As much as I want to leave, we have to stay for him." Bakugo stood there with tear-filled eyes, breathing shakily without making a sound. He closed his eyes and heard his mother's response. "I don't want to live anymore." He had never heard her say something like that before. He had always seen her as a pillar of strength, always bouncing back and finding a way to make the best of any situation. Now, she sounded broken, like his father often did. He expected such despair from his father, but hearing it from his mother felt serious and horrifying. Unable to linger any longer, he retreated to his bed, hiding under the covers and sobbing uncontrollably. His parents seemed to want to give up on life, and he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He scratched at his forehead, desperate to feel something, and choked out, "What a mess." He couldn't sleep, so he lay in bed until the morning light broke through the window, realizing he had a whole weekend to get through. Hours passed before he finally pulled himself from his bed, threw on some clean clothes, and went for a walk outside to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the house. He kicked at plastic debris while his hands remained in his pockets, sighing at the crisp air. It didn't get any easier. Why couldn't they just get divorced? What was stopping them? It wasn't his fault, or was it? What if he was the reason they were unhappy? That thought weighed heavily on him. He gripped his hair in frustration as parents walked past with their children. His head throbbed, so Bakugo shoved earbuds into his ears and played a song to help ground himself. But still so much hangs over. No matter how many days he lived or tried to forget, his actions and regrets felt like a heavy burden he couldn't shake off. He would always be accountable for the pain he had caused. He felt like a burden himself. I lay down in it. He was trapped in a cycle of regret and pain, unable to change the misery that surrounded him, the misery he had inadvertently created. He was hurting those who still cared about him when they shouldn't have to. Why should they care for someone who only brought negativity? What have I done? I don't know what I've said. It all felt the same to him. What did it matter what he said or didn't say? The facade of strength he wore had crumbled under the weight of his inner turmoil, leaving him unsure of who he truly was. He felt like the very person who made his mother feel this way, despite her usual resilience. Jesus Christ, my aching head. Thoughts swirled in his mind, each day becoming harder to bear. Why had he been born into this life of heartlessness? Why was fate so cruel? Did he really have no choice? What about the gifts he had given? Surely, he murmured, pleading with the voice in his mind for some reassurance. He reached out with his palm, hoping for validation, but the voice turned its back on him in disgust. No, that wouldn't suffice. Buying a few things couldn't erase the pain he had caused. Bakugo, the boy who should make amends, felt like he was the one who should disappear before any of his innocent parents did. After all, the longer he lived, the longer they would suffer. His breath hitched as he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and pressed himself against an alley wall where he wouldn't be noticed. He didn't want to die, he just wanted things to improve. But he felt like he had to do something, and this seemed like the only way, right? "Please," he whispered to the wall as tears streamed down his cheeks. Saturday arrived, and Bakugo adjusted his blazer, checking to make sure he smelled fresh. He left the bathroom and went downstairs, trying to avoid his mother's teasing remarks. "You have friends now, "Whatever," he replied, closing the door behind him. He took a bus and walked for 5 minutes until he reached the entrance of a fun park, just as the note had suggested. Today was a day to treat his boyfriend well, to enjoy the rides, and maybe even win him a prize to show his affection. His mission was to make up for the stress he had caused the freckled boy. Though he knew nothing would truly fix the past, perhaps he could take a step toward being better. It was worth trying no matter how small the step. Shaking off those heavy thoughts, he lifted his gaze to the vibrant neon lights. Confetti filled the air, creating a festive atmosphere reminiscent of a child's dream party. The subtle beats of music mingled with the excited screams from the rides. A familiar voice called out above the noise. "Kaken!" Bakugo turned and grinned as he made his way through the crowd, finally reaching Izuku. The other boy leaned in and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek, causing a warm blush to spread across Bakugo's face. He quickly took Izuku's hand, ready to enjoy the day together. "Come along, nerd." Parents hushed their crying children while teenagers exhaled long, exaggerated breaths from their vapes. As they walked, Bakugo overheard one of them mention a mint chocolate ice cream flavor, which made him roll his eyes at the silliness. He kept his stride as they approached the center of the fair. He turned to his boyfriend and asked where they should go first. "I love the rides that spin in circles, like those teacups." He scanned the area for a ride that matched the description, and there it was cup-shaped carts that spun quickly. He liked that type of ride as well, so they didn't waste time getting on it. Bakugo let the shorter boy sit first, then pulled the bar down to secure them, not entirely trusting the workers. No offense, but most of them seemed a bit out of it. A man walked around, not touching their bar, so the blonde assumed he had done a good job. He felt a poke on his shoulder and flinched. "Are you all right?" Izuku asked, his eyebrows creased with concern. Bakugo scanned his face and quickly mustered a smile that could pass as genuine a smile that said, "I'm fine, just taking in the moment, and don't worry about me." The question faded as the cart began to spin from left to right, causing some teenagers to scream mockingly at the lack of motion. What a bunch of losers. The ride picked up speed, and soon the whole orbit moved in a fast circle, with the individual carts spinning in their own circles. A man wandered from cart to cart, giving them a push to increase their speed. As the man pushed Bakugo's cart, he stumbled against Izuku, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. The other giggled, lifting his arms to feel the rush of wind between his fingers. Then it shifted, with Izuku leaning against Bakugo as he pretended to GG. Bakugo rolled his eyes at the childish behavior. They were in a whirl as they exited the cart, leaning against each other for support. Bakugo traced his thumb along Izuku's shoulder as the other groaned in dizziness. "Well then, what next? Let's go on another one." "Are you crazy?" "We can barely walk," Bakugo exclaimed. After a bit of convincing, they went on several more rides until all the adrenaline was spent. They sat down on a bench, leaning back to regain their bearings and waiting for the dizziness to pass. Bakugo was the first to recover, noticing a giant plush lion. "Hey loser, I want to try something." Bakugo stood up and walked toward the stall with hoops and cans. He bought 3 hoops to throw and practiced his throwing motion before taking his first official shot. Midoriya leaned against the counter, watching with intense concentration. He knew it was probably rigged, but he couldn't bring himself to tell his hard-working boyfriend. Instead, he watched in awe. Bakugo threw the first hoop, and it missed. "Ugh," he muttered. The second one scraped the edge of a can. "You can't be serious." The third hoop wobbled and fell off the can. The man pretended to be shocked that it didn't knock over the cans, and Midoriya felt an urge that wasn't heroic. He wanted to punch the man. Bakugo took a few steps back, hands in his pockets. Izuku followed after him. "Hey, you sure everything's okay?" Bakugo forced a smile. "What do you mean? I'm good. You worry too much. I can tell you're faking." Bakugo felt a wave of frustration. He didn't want to ruin the day with his emotions, the one thing he wanted to escape. He wanted one day where he could behave normally and not show his feelings. A day where they could just have fun. His knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. His mother had been right about him. "Please, talk to me," the greenette pleaded, searching Bakugo's expression for any sign of how he felt. Bakugo didn't fully hear him, sinking deeper into the one emotion he could feel: guilt. No amount of anger could hide it, the truth. He felt guilty for bringing misfortune to everyone who cared about him. He wondered if he would be better off without dating anyone, questioning why he chose to be with someone like Izuku. He could be naive, thinking he could help. Bakugo didn't believe it was fair to drag Izuku into his problems. He could find someone better, and he wouldn't stand in the way of that. He opened his eyes and saw nothing but darkness, as if he were submerged in deep water. He squinted upward, but no signs of a surface were visible. Shadows swirled around him, and he felt a sense of dread. Bakugo shook his head, finding himself back at the fair, still with his boyfriend. The sky was now a darker blue, with stars beginning to twinkle. His hand slid from his thigh and he felt a smaller hand: Izuku's. The other seemed distant, perhaps lost in the changing scenery as the cart slowly rose. A thought crossed his mind: I have to be a good boyfriend. He watched Midoriya's nose scrunch up as he sneezed, looking adorable. Another thought emerged: I must amend my sins. He noticed a curl of hair, brushed away by the wind. There he was, a beautiful boy staring into the distance. And he was with Bakugo. This time, the thought was different. Maybe I need to appreciate the small things, like that nerd's hair and his sweet giggles. Bakugo couldn't help but smile. The simple parts of living were to be appreciated instead of being overshadowed by overwhelming problems. Existing, sins, all that seemed far away from him now. He wanted to seize the moment, filled with happiness for the little things, like his boyfriend. He finally understood why the nuances of life were celebrated. They were so important. Their eyes met, and Midoriya raised an eyebrow, preparing to speak, but Bakugo beat him to it. "It'll be okay. It wouldn't be a complete story if it wasn't." "It will be," Midoriya agreed, taking Bakugo's hand and planting gentle kisses on it. "The view is nice. Look at those stars, Izuku. Imagine if we saw a constellation. I think I saw the Big Dipper once." He felt it in his chest, something that needed to be said. Something organic and right. It shone over all his worries and silenced them. It was one of those rare moments when Katsuki could make decisions without feeling weighed down. He leaned closer to Izuku's ear and whispered, "You gave them all those gifts, it made them really happy." He smiled. "Well, it's the small things that make life good." Bakugo glanced at the other's lips and quickly looked away, fiddling with his fingers. As they reached the top of the ride, a chill ran through them, prompting them to huddle closer together. "I'll do my best to live for the small joys of life," he quietly resolved as their lips brushed together. After the emotional whirlwind of the past few days, returning to the basics was just what Bakugo needed. Sitting in class while his homeroom teacher passed around notices, he took a moment to observe everyone around him. There was something relieving about it, as if he could finally take a deep breath without any consequences. He inhaled deeply, letting his shoulders relax as his hands glided over the smooth surface of his desk. He wished the moment could last longer, but did he truly deserve it? The world made its decision when training came along, just after the next lesson. 4 months, they had been working on their coursework, occasionally refining it for the upcoming deadline, most of which took place outside of school hours. The project was simple: perfect a series of moves to represent your quirk and who you are, like a professional dance sequence to showcase to others. It was enjoyable, and Bakugo excelled at it, showcasing his quirk with flair. He couldn't afford to get it wrong. This was a step toward proving himself as a future pro hero, and all the best ones had their signature moves. Months of preparation were more than enough. The deadline was just 2 weeks away. He had parts of his routine sorted, but he wasn't satisfied with the finishing stance. After launching fireworks into the air, he envisioned rolling forward with his gauntlets spread wide, facing the world head-on. Even if he stumbled, he wanted to confront the world with confidence. Perhaps it was his way of overcoming guilt or general stress. A heavy pressure settled on his shoulders as he reviewed All Might's critique. He didn't like it. The suggestion to remain in the air instead of rolling felt unnecessary and in need of refinement. Hearing that disheartened him, but he wanted to do his best, so he tried to accept the feedback despite his pride. After school, he visited the junkyard, the first place that came to mind for practice. It was desolate, and he rehearsed the beginning of his routine, keeping his body aloft, arms extended, until he eventually fell back to the ground. It didn't feel right, it didn't work in his eyes. Most of the routine was spent in the air, so finishing there felt uninteresting. He wanted to showcase his abilities on the ground as well, proving he wasn't just meant for the sky. He had thought it through, intentionally considering All Might's feedback. The entire routine would need to change to avoid repetition. His intention was to create contrast, but All Might seemed to prefer consistency. The frustrated blonde couldn't agree with that. Was the teacher even on the same page? Sure, he was a legendary hero with iconic moves, but now Bakugo had to change everything with limited time. What could he do? He needed to create new themes and combinations. It wouldn't be good enough otherwise. He forced himself to start a new sequence, taking him into the night sky as the cold air hit his chest while he glided downwards, arms outstretched. The second half improved, but he still had no clear idea of where to begin. He convinced himself he could look at it later, feeling the urge to escape the location. The longer he stayed, the more uneasy he felt. His house was just 5 minutes away, so at least he had that. As he opened the door, he scanned the living room, watching his mother chop colorful vegetables from a distance. She didn't comment on his late arrival, and he felt relieved, stomping toward his bed without considering talking to her about school. How could he? She would only see him as incapable of being a hero and reaffirm her dreams for him. She never really wanted him to be a hero. She thought it was a risky endeavor that could be pursued on the sidelines. In her words, a stable and well-paying job like modeling was what he should aim for. She was convinced he wanted that, and whenever she had the chance, she would steer his ambitions toward it, reminding him of his talent for design and how their family heritage was close to fading. For years, he hadn't aimed to be a hero. It was crazy, considering how desperate he was to be one now, but in his previous school, he had pranced about his goals of continuing in the fashion industry. The school knew him as the soon-to-be model. So did Izuku, his childhood friend. He played along with Mitsuki's ambitions, believing Bakugo had a passion for it, noticing the determination in his eyes. The day Bakugo announced he was going to UA, Izuku never thought he would. It wasn't a place to further anyone in modeling. After that, he heard Bakugo wanted to be a hero too, one of the best. The sudden change raised many questions, met with a response similar to, "Leave me alone, Deku." He never understood why it changed, but it was clear Bakugo had a passion for it, perhaps even more than before. What he didn't see was the difference between the two dreams, to model and to be a hero. One was a determined choice, the other a calling. Bakugo's decision to pursue heroism came from a moment of enlightenment, a story for another time. For the first time in his life, he felt fulfilled, wanting to give back instead of just taking. After that day in the junkyard, he didn't return or practice anywhere else. He couldn't bring himself to, despite the nagging thoughts in his mind. The dull ache remained as the deadline approached. Soon, it was the day before, and sleep eluded him. Instead, he stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Tomorrow was the big day. They had made it so professional, with a space allocated for filming and viewing, a proper studio. It would take place at lunch, and there was no actual training lesson, so he could hide away. He just needed to step out at lunch. The park would do. It would be fine. He didn't want to think about it, feeling overwhelmed. All Might's idea wouldn't work, and now he had no clear direction. Might even be disappointing, oh brother. His back clicked as he twisted his waist, reaching for his phone. The time he had spent asleep was not enough, and the food he had eaten before leaving did little to ease the slight nerves that lingered. He had never really missed any school activities before. This was new territory. What would happen if All Might or Aizawa caught him? If Aizawa did, he might as well start planning his own gravestone. The day went smoothly, lessons continued until lunch, and then Bakugo visited a coffee shop to sit and waste time until the last class of the day. Okay, he got through it, but there were still 2 more days until winter break. He had training scheduled for each of those days, which was splendid, but he would have to find a way to avoid it. If he was careful, they wouldn't notice him, and he would have a few weeks to get his act together. It was possible. The next day, he kept to the shadows, moving quietly past the corridor from class to class. Training was the last PRD, and he waited until the end of lunch to leave the building and take a walk. He spent half an hour in the park, pausing by trees and flowers to appear at peace. He occupied himself with his phone for the rest of the time. When the lesson ended, he got up from his swing and made his way back home. Successful and easy, but just one more day to go. His parents didn't notice anything unusual, only asking the usual question about how his studies were going, to which he responded with sweet lies to reassure them and himself. It's going fine. On the dawn of the final day, Bakugo was ready, backpack slung over his shoulder as he entered the school. He turned toward the stairs when he heard his name being called. Oh no. Aizawa approached him with a tired expression. Hey, let's catch up. He couldn't refuse, so the two ended up in an empty office. Bakugo sat with his hands on his lap, avoiding eye contact as his teacher settled across from him. So, about your coursework. I know, I should have said something. He scratched his eyebrow, letting out a sigh. All Might guessed you were feeling overwhelmed and told me to check in on you. What's going on? I just don't really like the finishing part. The rest is sorted, it's just that I had it set up this way. Bakugo traced his palm, trying to stay awake. This was seriously tiring. He could have sworn he slept better this time. Aizawa watched patiently, and Bakugo took a moment to gather his thoughts. All Might suggested changing it up for consistency, but I feel like that takes away its purpose. I'm a bit stubborn, so obviously I want to keep it the same, but it's hard to change it because then I feel like I have to change everything else. You know you could have come to us, right? You didn't need to handle this alone, we're here to help. He nodded meekly. I have a lesson now. Training, funnily enough. You should go. He'll be happy you joined. We can talk more about it over the break. Just show him what you have so far for feedback, it wouldn't be fair for you to miss out. I was hoping to skip it. Bakugo smirked. Aizawa chuckled. Of course, but I'm not going easy on you. Off you go. Bakugo stood up and walked to the changing rooms, his steps beginning to slow. Here it was, the dull moment creeping in as he joined his classmates in changing. He walked with Kirishima to the court, and All Might didn't waste time, starting the lesson right away. They focused on various techniques to improve their personal speeds, making the hour feel productive. It was one of their more unique lessons, and he wouldn't lie, he enjoyed the concept, especially his best speed on sand. The grains flowed past him as he moved from foot to foot. After leaving the muddy field, he heard his name again, this time from All Might. Young Bakugo, let's talk at the end. He really wasn't hiding today, feeling exposed under the spotlight that seemed to shine directly on his spiked hair. Once the class was dismissed, he waited until everyone left, and Ida asked his last question. It was just the two of them, and Bakugo crossed his arms. You know what I'm looking for, so what will we do to sort it out? Sorry. I'm just a bit unsure about changing the ending to match the start. I don't know. How about we go through the parts you are sure of? You can think about the ending over the break, and we can add it when we return. How does that sound? Bakugo relaxed his arms to his sides. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't mind going now and showing you the starting part. I have a free lesson, so come along. Bakugo watched him with an enthusiastic fist in the air as All Might led him to the studio, unlocking the door. It made sense. The equipment was expensive, and the last thing a teacher wanted was students mishandling it. Bakugo stepped into the center of the room and looked at his teacher. Ready. Ready. Clothed figures resembling elves watched the customers from their shelves. Fairy lights twinkled in green and red along the cashier's desk. One could almost ignore the noise of children, but the music was another story. Obnoxious Christmas tunes rattled in his ears. Bells jingled as a man sang about making pudding for his aunt, and Bakugo wondered who could relate to that. Was Christmas really that special? Aside from the birth of Jesus, what else was there? It would be another boring day with his parents, and the pressure to make it special was overwhelming. They had argued on most holidays, ignoring Bakugo's presence, and now that they were almost divorced, the bar was set pretty low. The build-up wasn't memorable, just occasional conversations about the day and his father pestering him about what he wanted. In all honesty, Bakugo had no clue. Nothing specific came to mind. He expected them to have separated by now, but nothing had been mentioned. Not even a hint. He spent the days locked away in his room, doing the same old things, and finally tucked himself in on Christmas Eve. When he was younger, he would have been unable to sleep from excitement, wondering if Santa had delivered the presents yet. When did deceiving children become an act of love? A jolly man taking all the credit from parents who would understand that? It was Christmas Day. He woke up as usual at around 8 a.m. Not much time was spent dwelling on the morning as he got up to brush his teeth before heading downstairs to see the gifts under the pine tree. At least 10 could be seen, which was warming, though he wouldn't admit it. His father was already on the couch, bouncing with excitement as his son joined him. Honestly, he was more of a child than Bakugo. Tradition dictated, they waited for his mother to come down, and it took a few of his father's calls to keep her awake. Thankfully, she eventually made her way to them, hands on her hips. He interrupted her, clapping his hands. "Come sit down so we can open the gifts." "Whatever, Masaru. He isn't a baby, I'm getting myself a coffee." She brushed past the two boys and turned the kettle on. The older of the two clenched his fingers, muttering something under his breath before raising his voice to be heard. "Come on. Just sit with us. It won't take longer than 5 minutes." There was no reply until a few moments later when she faced her husband, holding a football-painted mug. "You always make it about yourself, lovely," he snarked, and she nearly dropped the mug. "You dare call me that? I'm not the one always complaining. There are worse problems in the world than your issues." Bakugo felt everything unfold at lightning speed. They provoked each other, voices rising with insults until it reached a boiling point, separating the two. His mother was upstairs and his father was teary but filled with rage. His hands shook as he grabbed the landline phone and retreated into the back room, leaving Bakugo to stare at his palms, trying to process what had just happened. He felt distant, as if he were being pulled away from his parents. Masaru raised the phone to his ear, speaking with frustration about his wife's behavior to her father. He knew she adored her father, perhaps more than him or their son, so there was no one else to go to for a reality check with Mitsuki Bakugo. Maybe he wanted to hit her where it hurt. In his mind, she deserved it. He marched up the stairs and knocked the door open with his knee, gaining the attention of Mitsuki and her son, who had moved closer to her for comfort. Seeing his father upset was dreadful, but at least his mother kept her composure, which scared him less. Bakugo's red eyes caught the hand that flung forward, gripping the phone tightly. A strained voice came from his mother. "Take it. It's your father." She grabbed it. "Hello? Listen, it's not like that." And so began a lengthy explanation of her side of the story. The poor grandfather was always dragged into their conflicts. Bakugo felt pity for him, believing that at an elderly age, the last thing you would want to hear would be your child arguing with their partner. It probably wasn't normal. Masaru stood with misty eyes, sniffing occasionally. Bakugo turned his gaze away, staring at an open, silky gray window. "He's sick and you still call him?" Oh, the call must have ended, he thought. They repeated the same phrases to each other as they always did during arguments, but what stuck with him was when his mother said, "Get out of my and Katsuki's life. You're ruining it." Then his father exclaimed, "What a mess my life is." At some point, Masaru left them and went downstairs. Bakugo curled in on himself as his mother spoke to him, a puff of smoke escaping her lips. "Didn't you see that? Honestly, I need to reclaim my life. I only stayed with him to ensure you grew up with a father, but now you're old enough. We don't need him anymore. Yeah, I'm going to hurry this up." He fiddled with the blanket, watching his nails dig into the cotton. His eyebrow raised at the loud vibrations from below the floorboard. The television downstairs was never that loud, only when. "That idiot," she huffed. "Now get out, I want to go back to sleep. We'll talk more later." That's how Bakugo returned to his bedroom and collapsed on his bed, covering his ears with a pillow or two. The sounds of the world around him faded, and then the door opened. Bakugo paused, seeing his groggy father. He walked toward him and muttered, "I'm going to Inko's place." Bakugo's eyes widened. That was unfair. Why could he go there while Bakugo was left alone and bored? What? Why can't I go there? You'll never see me again. Daddy's going to leave your life. It'll make both of you happy. Right? He wasn't making any sense. Probably delirious and far from sober. There was nothing Bakugo could do as he heard the front door shut and noticed a suitcase was missing. Would it really be the end? Bakugo waited a few hours, but as it approached 2 o'clock, he realized he hadn't eaten anything. He felt hungry and needed something to stave off the impending headache. Waddling down the stairs, he found the kitchen empty and grabbed the most convenient snack, a packet of chocolate chip cookies. He shoved one in his mouth as he curled up in bed, scrolling endlessly on YouTube, but nothing entertained him. Nothing was enough. It was now 4, surely his mother would get up? He knocked on the door and called for her. "What?" she replied. So Dad left for the Midoriyas. And it's 4, will you be getting up soon? 5. And I heard him, that idiot can stay there. I'm done with him. Take this as a lesson. What lesson? Who would ever know? Bakugo sighed silently and returned to his room, hoping the next hour would pass quickly. When it finally did, his mother told him to wait longer as she grabbed the landline to call her father again, this time updating him on what else had happened. The blonde sank into the mattress, seeing a message from his boyfriend about how Masaru was doing. It turned out he had been drinking even more, and Inko was with him, both heavily intoxicated. Masaru ended up passing out on Izuku's bed. That was embarrassing. Regretting existing level embarrassing. Regretting every waking moment level embarrassing. He didn't know how else to reply, sending a simple apology. He knew it wouldn't be enough, so he answered when his boyfriend called. A shy yet gorgeous smile appeared, eyes peeking through green curls. "Kaken, what's going on? Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Guess you should know what started this whole mess." "Go ahead, I'm listening." Izuku remained still as the other filled him in, frustration growing over how he had been treated, especially on Christmas Day. How inconsiderate could they be? "I wish I could visit you to give you a hug, maybe share some hot chocolate too. I love you, okay? I would be there right away if those two weren't acting so out of control. I can't trust leaving them alone." "That's fine. You could come over here?" My mom would be really upset, and she's already in a mood." He chuckled dryly. "Text me if you need anything, okay? I'm right here." Bakugo hung up, gripping his hair with a heavy sigh. Embarrassing. Much later at dinner would usually have enjoyed a feast of turkey with all the sides and dessert, leaving the family satisfied. This year, however, the blonde and his mother were starving as she raged while checking the cupboards for anything to eat. He threw the turkey away. What on earth? Bakugo took a few steps back inside. After checking the fridge, they made a few ham sandwiches and ate them in silence. Once he finished washing the dishes and returned to his room to check his phone, a notification caught his eye. It was from Izuku. Bakugo tapped it to view the full message. "Izuku, hi Kaken, weird request but your dad asked if you could put his phone charger outside the door so he can grab it. He hasn't got much battery left." Seriously? That's all his father was worried about? Nothing about his family or even his own well-being. Oh no, the phone dying would be a disaster. He shouldn't have, but he silently twisted the lock and opened the door, bending down to place the charger on the porch. He closed the door and sighed in relief, feeling as if he had just pulled off a heist. Bakugo texted that it was done and turned off his phone, lying down to let himself drift off to sleep. He craved even a few minutes of peace. The next day, sunlight poked at his eyelids, but it wasn't the only thing waking him up. Faint knocks on wood made him shift and groan until he sat upright, eyes wide open. As he passed through his room and stood at the top of the staircase, a familiar voice came from the front door. "Babe? Katsuki? It's me, let me in. Either of you?" He blinked at the faint figure behind the door's window. He hesitated, waiting in place as a part of him expected his mother to command him. Nothing was said. The knocks persisted, and he had to make a choice, sliding his elbow down the railing of the stairs, twisting the doorknob until it creaked. His shoes made no sound as his father walked by, offering a gentle smile instead of words. "Hey son." Tut. He hurried deeper into the house with a suitcase, and Bakugo sighed, loosening his shoulders. The scent of alcohol caught his nose. He guessed his dad was nursing a hangover. It felt oddly humorous, as if he himself were hungover from the events of Christmas, a weight hanging around his neck. They called off the divorce. "All right, let's take a moment to process this." Bakugo's inner dialogue protested. "There's no way I'm processing this." But here he was, standing when it happened. It was 30 minutes earlier, his feet planted next to the door as his parents sat on the bed. His father adjusted his glasses while Mitsuki clicked her tongue, her eyelids heavy over her red irises. "What?" I asked. "What's going on with that paperwork?" Masaru looked at his wife like a lost puppy. She almost felt like patting him on the head. "Well, Brett, we called it off. We don't need to, we'll be fine." Nothing else mattered, and all the walls around him faded to gray. Each step away from the scene felt like burning the carpet beneath him. He didn't cry or speak, not a single note escaped him as he retreated to his room. His shoulder nudged the door shut, and he leaned against it. Everything was now gray, and the ceiling faded away, revealing a stark sky. The whispers of the wind made him shudder. The walls fell back, and a cold, barren field stretched out before him. Protecting his eyes with an arm, Bakugo stepped past the carpet and winced at the ashy ground. "So this is it," he paused. "The same thing every time, a cycle of seasons." What made him think this time would be different? They had mentioned divorcing over the years countless times, but it had never lasted this long. Had paperwork even been sent, or was that another lie? He didn't know why he fell for this old lie again. He wasn't even relieved that the decision had been reversed. Instead, he felt adrift. It didn't really matter, but after it all, it would just repeat again, given a few months. He closed his eyes and sighed as long as a 17-year-old could. Adulthood was around the corner, a new turn in things, the only source of hope he had for this ridiculous cycle to end. He could move out, make his own income, continue his heroic pursuit to better the world, help younger kids who cried because their parents threatened to leave. Frustration bubbled up. His parents never listened to him, they only heard him. All this effort and continuity felt pointless. What was he trying for or whom? Surely they had to have some awareness. There was a chance. For him to feel that the burden of keeping them together had lifted, they could have some years of joy. He just refused to believe the idea of them staying together was so appealing. Not appealing, more suitable. Whatever. Deep down, guilt tightened its grip on him, and he spotted the bathroom window. He punched it, but the glass didn't shatter. Nothing seemed to let go. Again, he tried to punch it, but only felt vibrations. His punches were strong, so what could be wrong? Bakugo couldn't even break glass. He couldn't cry. He couldn't do anything. I'm a letdown. He questioned if that was all he would ever be. His destiny in a way. Son, you all right? His father called from the other room. He sighed and kept his face neutral. Oh yeah, I dropped something. Masaru didn't bother checking and left. How gullible he was. But he took the chance to see his mother alone. It felt like two dogs who didn't like each other. But, you both? I don't get it, he said, frustration evident in his voice. It's complicated, she began. Your dad is doing his best, he just makes mistakes sometimes. That's it. Listen, he's trying. He messes up all the time. Katsuki, don't talk about your father like that. She shot him a glare. He was momentarily speechless, grappling with the irony of her words. It felt as if she had forgotten everything. But deep down, she knew the truth and chose to ignore it. But he makes you unhappy. Not all relationships are easy. Did that make it right? He opened his mouth but found no words. The conversation had hit a wall, and Bakugo realized he couldn't reach his mother. Maybe he could talk to his father instead. This wasn't a simple fight. It felt more like a mismatch, like a duck and a hen. Dad, I want to talk. He put his phone down and removed his glasses. What about? Are you okay with being here? You never seem happy, so why? No. I am happy, I just have my off days. It's normal. But he thought it wasn't normal to wish for a different life. You couldn't lie about that. You would be so much happier with your family. And go where, cats? There's nowhere for me to stay. I'm happy here, I have my job. He felt like he was running in circles, his mind spinning. God knows why he was encouraging them to separate when he wanted to be with them both. Life had a way of throwing unexpected challenges. They were being ridiculous. It couldn't all be for nothing. Not after everything Christmas, birthdays, and now it felt normal. He hated that word. It was an easy way to deny all the tears and struggles. He had to endure 3 more months. It was realistic, but that didn't ease his heart. Maybe that was the way for them to find happiness again. They often said they would separate once Bakugo was old enough and independent. That was probably a lie too. Even if it was something to help ease the pain. At this point, denial felt like the only way forward. On top of that, he had seen that it wasn't normal. During the rare times he visited other families, he witnessed what a true family looked like. The commitments, laughter, and support when one felt they wanted to be together. At least they had a choice. It was all a headache in his mind, and he needed to lay down, so he collapsed onto his bed and let the day end. Food wasn't necessary. He didn't want another dinner together, but nothing ever listened to him. After being nearly dragged to the dining table by his mother, he sat with them as they served themselves chips to go with their burgers. He didn't attempt to take any, but his father poured half the bowl onto his plate anyway. He picked at his food, accepting the silence. You heard about the new striker we're going for? Mitsuki asked. Oh, that Argentinian who plays for Juve? Her husband replied. Somehow, they made simple conversation seem natural, but they rarely did it. They only talked when they had to, like when their teenage son was demanding the divorce they had both anticipated. Just the normal stuff. The doors closed behind him as he stepped further into the classroom, his body sinking into the chair as he leaned forward against his desk. The worn wood creaked slightly as he shifted for comfort. The projector displayed a PowerPoint on languages around the world, particularly ways to say hello. The blonde student pressed his palms together, examining his stubby nails before picking at the skin around them as his mind drifted away from the classroom once again. His boyfriend noticed accidentally catching Bakugo's distant gaze. It wasn't the first time he had seen that expression. It was almost like Bakugo was distracted, but more than that, he seemed lost. Confused? He could have sworn he knew the name for it. It was likely another tough day for Bakugo, and he wanted to help. After 2 unusually quiet hours, Midoriya shifted closer to the silent blonde, pursuing him through the crowd. He maneuvered past students to keep Bakugo in sight. Eventually, he stood within reach of Bakugo, clearing his throat to get his attention. I didn't think you knew about Yandere Simulator, he remarked, trying to inject some humor into the moment. Bakugo blushed slightly before waving his arms, insisting it wasn't like that. Yeah, right. Whatever, Izuku. Bakugo watched, expecting the moment to pass, but neither moved for several minutes. It irked him how Izuku could read him so well. He didn't want him to worry, so he needed to create some distance. He was more than capable of handling this on his own. He tucked a plucked daisy into Izuku's green curls, prompting a raised eyebrow from his boyfriend. Don't worry about it. I'm already worrying, Izuku replied, trying to coax Bakugo into sharing his feelings. Bakugo stared at the daisy, gripping it tightly as the wind brushed past him. He was almost ready to open up, but his feet took a step back, and he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Keep the flowers in your hair. What? Izuku repeated, watching Bakugo drift back into the crowd. He didn't expect Bakugo to open up on the spot, so Midoriya stretched his shoulders and searched for his friends. There would always be a time to talk when Bakugo was ready. If it were like any other time, he would be on the verge of breaking down, but there was nothing inside or outside. He felt stuck, a long buzzing sensation living within him, creating a family of micro-buzzes. He didn't feel real, though he knew he was alive. His soul felt disconnected, like a plug ripped in half. His palms hit the desk, jolting him back to reality. He sat in class, unsure how much time had passed. The lesson was, concentrate, class. Differentiation isn't an easy topic. Math, and boy, was he slacking in it. From being near the top to feeling mediocre, his body constantly craved movement. Staying still led him down a path of overthinking, and before he knew it, the day had ended. He couldn't recall how the lesson concluded or what part they were on, but he knew what class was next: food nutrition. It was his favorite, held every 2 weeks. Cooking allowed him to forget his worries and unwind. The scents, textures, and tools for slicing ingredients brought him true pleasure. Well, the lesson could have gone worse. After dropping 2 peppers and needing Aizawa to fetch spares, he thought about his dad. Whenever he made a mistake in the kitchen, most likely spilling water, his father would groan in frustration, annoyed at the inconvenience of having to help. But it wasn't just that. The disappointment in his eyes left a lasting impression, sealed with guilt. He felt like he had let him down, like he couldn't do anything right. And now, he had accidentally cut himself. Misplacing the knife, he caught a finger instead of the garlic. He winced as he felt the sting, and the sight of blood pooling made him alert a few classmates. "Oh no! Bakugo! That looks bad." His hand trembled as he held it with the other, breathing softly. Aizawa quickly approached, concerned about his student's lack of focus today. Or was it something more? Bakugo still seemed out of it, almost dissociated. Only a few layers of bandages were needed to cover the cut and stop the bleeding. Soon after, Bakugo was led back to resume cooking under Aizawa's watchful eye. The others were cautious but respectful, not wanting to make him uncomfortable. Not a word escaped his lips. He didn't know what to say. Slowly, he brought himself back to the task at hand, moving the pan of chopped vegetables and herbs to the stove and waiting for it to cook. "Kaken, is everything okay?" Izuku asked, moving his pan closer to Bakugo's. His eyes caught the bandage on Bakugo's hand. "That looks painful." Bakugo remained silent, stirring the contents of his meal. He had nothing to offer in response, so he kept quiet. "Hey, Kaken." Bakugo turned his head to see Izuku gently tucking a daisy from earlier into the layers of his bandages. A small smile tugged at his lips. As Bakugo clicked the container shut and shoved it into his backpack at the end of the school day, Aizawa asked him to wait a few minutes while he cleaned up after the laziest students. Discarding greasy pans and boards was never something Bakugo would do. Sitting on a chair until his teacher finished, he spotted Midoriya's curls waiting outside the door. He always waited. The taller man with a bun sat at his desk, waiting for Bakugo to begin. "Sorry, sensei." No. What's going on with you today? You've been uncharacteristic all day. You know you can talk to people if you want to, okay?" Bakugo glanced at the daisy, as if it were giving him a pep talk. "I know." Aizawa didn't intend to keep him longer than that. His goal was simply to remind Bakugo of the support available to him. The door closed behind him, and Midoriya linked arms with Bakugo, guiding him outside as they walked home together. He didn't really care anymore. Everything had revealed its true minimal nature. How he looked to others, how he looked to himself, the cold, dry week when he didn't wear extra layers, it all felt pointless. Saving people only led to more villains. Nothing was changing. Time felt wasted, and yet time would never fix anything. It was a stalemate. But not everyone was as observant as the dear green-haired boy, especially the cocky one from Class B. Almost as if he had forgotten the threat he posed, Monoma approached Bakugo by his locker. Bakugo closed the door with a drink in hand and stared. "Well, you didn't think I'd forget about our agreement, did you?" Bakugo remained silent, which made Monoma's eyebrow raise further away from his grotesque grin. "This is the part where you get angry, so?" "Sorry to disappoint you," Bakugo replied sarcastically. "Not that it matters. You know how it goes. I need you to check my homework for me." Bakugo turned to leave, but Monoma held him in place by the sleeve. "Now," Monoma continued, "about the divorce. They're not getting one, so leave me alone." "But you said..." Monoma waved his arms dramatically. "I know what I said. They changed their minds. So I'm stuck if I do. Stuck if I don't. For once in your life, just leave me alone and stop being a nuisance." Monoma's smile faded, replaced by offense and frustration at the string of insults directed at him. "I think you're making it up." What family would be that foolish to divorce and then change their minds so soon? With a swift motion, Bakugo grabbed Monoma and pushed him against the lockers. A loud thud echoed as Monoma slipped down, gripping his shoulder and seeing red. A few students stared from a distance, likely too lazy to notify any teachers. It wasn't often they witnessed a confrontation. "Come at me. Do something because I guarantee it won't make my week any worse," Bakugo declared. His friends rushed to intervene, gasping as Bakugo threw a punch that Monoma narrowly dodged. Mina shouted to get their attention, but it was futile. Bakugo caught Monoma off guard, pressing his face into a locker, leaving a mark. He was ready to continue when Kirishima used his quirk to pull Bakugo away, while the others helped Monoma to his feet. "Calm down, Bakugo. You don't do things like this." Adrenaline coursed through Bakugo's veins, and he fought to finish what he started. But then Nizu appeared, his glare unusually intimidating. "Bakugo, my office." You too, take Monoma to Recovery Girl." Kirishima released Bakugo but stayed close until he entered the headmaster's office. Inside, Bakugo sat in the leather chair opposite Nizu. "I'll let you explain your side before we discuss the consequences." The story wasn't in his favor. He had no marks on himself, while Monoma was clearly worse off. He wouldn't lie, but he also didn't speak. The silence lingered. It was self-explanatory what had happened. Why would he bother sharing his input? It was somewhat nice that he offered to help. But he wouldn't budge, averting his eyes as the headmaster grew increasingly impatient. "Kid, are you sure you don't want to talk? It would help us understand you better." He remained silent, prompting Nizu to scratch his forehead and continue. "I can get one of your teachers if that helps. I understand you don't know me very well." Bakugo traced his palms, only looking back at the other when a chair scraped. He left the student on his own and sighed, scratching his back as he wondered which teacher was on the way. It was probably Aizawa, most likely his homeroom teacher. After a few more minutes, the silence was broken by a squeaking door, and he wasn't prepared to see present Mike, his other teacher. The man smiled, but it didn't make Bakugo feel any more comfortable. This was likely how the villains felt during interrogations. It was unpleasant. Things became increasingly strange when a clipboard was placed on his lap, with instructions from his teacher to write down the events that had taken place. With a pen, he began to write just to get the teachers off his back. It was easier than talking about it, so he finished lines that explained the trigger. When he reached the point where Nizu intervened, he decided to end the narrative there and handed the clipboard back to Mike. "Thank you, listener. It's sometimes easier to just write it all out. I'll go and give it to the others, okay?" "All right." Mike returned to Bakugo with Nizu, and the shorter man cleared his throat. "We will need to make a phone call home to explain what happened. One of your parents can pick you up now, and we'll get back to our decision." He was tempted to slam his head into the desk and join Monoma in the office, but that couldn't be helped. He had no idea how he would deal with his parents. He lazily stared at the ceiling, trying to ignore the conversation taking place a few feet away. "Thank you, oh? The flat tire, huh? I'm sure we can drive him there, no worries." Who would be driving him? What happened? Bakugo's confusion told Nizu he needed to explain. "I called, and your dad picked up, but the car has a flat tire, so he won't be able to pick you up. Luckily, we have a teacher who can instead." How embarrassing. Who would the teacher be? Out of everything that happened, he least expected his grumpy and monotonous teacher to have a bright silver car with pop music playing. Neither spoke during the journey, and Bakugo couldn't be more grateful. It saved some of his dignity. As he stepped onto his driveway, he waited behind Aizawa, who knocked a few times. Bakugo's dad opened the door and politely greeted the teacher he'd met before. This was his chance to slip inside and prepare himself for what was to come. His parents would be upset, to say the least. The door shut, and Bakugo almost let a curse slip, barely keeping it in his thoughts. His father joined him on the couch and crossed his arms. "What's going on? Did you get into a fight again? I thought those days were over." "What? No, it's nothing like that. The kid just wouldn't leave me alone." "What have we taught you? We must look like terrible parents." He sank into his hands. "It's not always about you. They always blame the parents. Didn't you even think about how we would feel? Masaru always knew how to evoke the most frustrating thoughts, making Bakugo feel like a burden. But he had to take what he could get, so he wasn't too upset, focusing instead on the next conversation he would have. Less than 20 minutes later. Have you truly lost it? His mother screamed, storming around the living room. The other adult was nowhere to be seen, even he knew to stay away from that whirlwind. She expected a reply. Katsuki, talk to me right now. What? I don't know what you want me to say. You just got into a fight with a kid and expect us not to care? I knew you were reckless, but this is too much. Are we all just a game to you? You've always had issues. Why couldn't you be like Inko's kid? She never has to deal with this. She knelt down, her frustration palpable. Mum, he flinched back. Get out of my face and go to your room. Think about what you did. Bakugo hurried up the stairs, undoubtedly hearing her last words, ungrateful brat. He curled under the covers, blinking a few times and hitching in his breath as he began to cry. Finally, he could let something out. The feeling was overwhelming, but he needed this release. His parents might hate his existence right now, but he hoped things would get better in time. For now, he would continue to cry his heart out. The next day, Bakugo finally learned of his punishment for the previous day's incident. Suspension. He couldn't complain, it was only for one day, and then he would return through a meeting with the school to reflect on his actions and move forward. Like he said, he couldn't complain. It could have been much worse. When he woke up, it was a reasonable time around 8 o'clock. He found complete silence as he made his way to the bathroom to wash his face. With a taste of mint, he skidded down the stairs and saw his father reading the news on the television. Morning, Bakugo grumbled, testing the waters of his father's mood. Breakfast is on the table. Where's Mum? At work. He sat at the dining table and began to eat his plate of scrambled eggs. The pepper grated his tongue, nearly as harsh as the cold shoulder from his father. Awkwardness increased as he passed his father, returning to his room to check his phone. No emails from the school meant there was no work for him to do, so he went back to sleep. A portion of his dreams would never be comprehended, like the current one with a talking curtain who had unrequited love for a towel. Very odd. He remembered how it ended, with the curtain declaring its undying love for the other household object, but a knock on the window disrupted the scene. The soft knocking of glass continued, even as he woke up and rubbed his eyes. Then he saw a green fluffy figure tapping at the window. He blinked and realized it wasn't a bird, it was Midoriya. Nearly tripping over his blankets, he slid the window upwards. What are you doing? I wanted to see you. Bakugo barked softly. What? During school hours, are you crazy? I told them I was sick, so I had the day off. It's no problem, Kaken. I can catch up later. No. You haven't missed a single day of school, Izuku. You didn't. You didn't need to do this. I'm fine. Things happen. The leaves of Midoriya's hair swayed gently. Look, I really want to know what's going on. You've been struggling, and you don't have to do it alone. That's not the only option. Bakugo sighed. It's better not to bother you with this. Really, you have so much going on. No offense, but that's foolish. I'm your boyfriend. Of course, it won't be easy, but that's life, and I want to go through it with you. But you won't let me in. What's going on? I'm being a good boyfriend by dealing with it. It's my problem, not yours. Who says keeping stress bottled up makes you a good boyfriend? What makes you think that? The blonde was taken aback. Yeah, just come in. I'm not letting you fall and hurt yourself. He pulled the other inside and shut the window. Idiot. Midoriya walked over to the bed and sat on the edge, patting the space next to him. What? Are you a therapist now? Would you like me to call you Dr. Midoriya? The other chuckled. If you'd like to. Bakugo joined him and rubbed his forehead. I can't, was all he could say. He furrowed his eyebrows. What do you mean? This. Can't put this on you or anything. I already bother people enough. The least I can do is spare them from my problems. It was one of those rare moments when his ego faded, revealing his deeper insecurities. Midoriya understood the issues with his self-image. He had faced them too, and he knew how to help. He pulled his troubled boyfriend close and hummed a soft tune that came to mind. Let me love you. Let me love you, you're all that matters to me. Soft brushes tickled his neck, making him smile as he played with the blonde spikes. Can I still talk? Bakugo asked, barely above a whisper. A pause, then Midoriya continued to comfort him. I wouldn't want anything more. He expected to leave the embrace, but Bakugo made no move, so they stayed huddled together as Bakugo whispered. They aren't getting that divorce anymore. They completely brushed it under the rug and it feels so frustrating. Why is it even upsetting me? I didn't want them to get that divorce in the first place. I should be happy. Kaken. Midoriya hummed. Love, I think your reaction makes so much sense. You've been hurting and upset for so long without them hearing you, and now they decide to ignore their relationship issues. It's so unfair to you. I'm sorry, my love. Never get angry at yourself, no matter what, okay? He felt Bakugo nod against. This is never your fault. You have every right to feel this way, and I'm upset with them too for leaving you out of this when you deserve to be heard. Thank you. Midoriya noticed the warmth of tears against his neck. Bakugo needed this support and comfort, especially when his parents, the most influential figures in his life, wouldn't provide it. So much of his confusion and pain made sense now. I'm here, I won't be going anywhere. Bakugo pulled away to look at his boyfriend, those loving eyes and gentle smile, freckles dotting his cheeks. He was beautiful, and there were many things Bakugo wanted to tell him one day. But he did ask one thing that was on his mind. You're not going to ask about the suspension? But this isn't your first one, he smirked. In that moment, Bakugo dismissed every compliment he ever thought about his boyfriend and playfully pinched his nose. You're the worst. I don't do things like that anymore and you know it. He stood up and stuck his tongue out at the taller teen. That guy probably deserved it, though. He's always causing trouble. Wow, I didn't expect a goody two-shoes to say that. Careful, I might be rubbing off on you. Alright, to be serious, I believe UA will sort it out, and things will be okay, so I'm not worried. I know you, he held Bakugo's chin, you're a good person. You wouldn't do it without a fair reason. Bakugo bluntly replied, I'm a good person? Yes, you are, Midoriya gently reassured him. Soon after, he examined Bakugo's lips, and Bakugo held onto his shoulders for a kiss. Not even God could explain how his mother, the Queen of Ice, approved of Midoriya staying over for the night. However, she did warn him that he needed to improve and that this wasn't the end. He still took it as a win in his mind and almost skipped back to his room, where the curly-haired boy was examining a burnt pencil. A pencil could be burnt in your bedroom? He was asking the same question. Bakugo closed the door, unable to hide his beaming smile. She said yes. Really? Awesome. He fell into Bakugo's embrace, and they spun slightly. The sunset faded, leaving a charcoal blue sky with cold gusts of wind. The windows were shut, and the curtains drawn. An explosion-shaped lamp was switched on, bringing warmth between the two. As Bakugo didn't bother changing out of last night's pajamas, he was ready for a decent slumber and cocooned himself under the blankets. The younger boy squeezed next to his boyfriend, fighting against the harsh bed frame and the tight clothes he wore. The continuous shifting caught Bakugo's attention, so he stood up, alerting Midoriya. I'll get you some comfier clothes, I have spares. Wait. It's okay. Midoriya politely declined, but it was no use when Bakugo was already out of the room. There were creaks in the floorboards as Bakugo returned with red shorts and a silky shirt that he tossed at Midoriya. The other stumbled to catch it, moving off the bed as he changed clothes. Immediately, comfort enveloped him as he slid back into the blankets like a sled on snow. Soon, his head rested on Bakugo's shoulder, and he softly hummed. Do you believe in stars? They say when you see the first one in the sky, you should make a wish. Bakugo looked ahead at the covered windows, deep in thought. The room felt like it lifted into the air, where the stars could be reached and caressed, and the moon could blow kisses. Walls didn't exist here, only what you could reach was the limit, and everything called for his palms. The one shining star reflected his spiky hair, and like his loved one said, he would send a wish to that star. With a quiet whisper in his mind, he held his palms together and wished with all his heart. I wish to like myself a little more. He believed that achieving this would be a simple miracle, and he didn't want to be greedy. As more stars dotted the sky, they spun around him in an everlasting song. He leaned forward, reaching out to nearly touch a star, but when he blinked, he found himself back in his room, the shorter boy likely asleep beside him. He carefully retreated his hand and maneuvered around without waking Midoriya. Just as he was about to turn off the light, he heard a soft mumble that made him pause. He listened closely to the repeated words, "Where did you go?" "I'm right here, silly Aizu." He clicked the switch off and climbed back into bed, instantly feeling the warmth of Midoriya clinging to his side like a koala. For 10 minutes, he kept his eyes closed, hoping to drift off to sleep, but he remained awake. Things became uncomfortable when his left arm grew numb, and he hesitated to move, knowing his boyfriend duties would come back to haunt him. How would he sleep now? Surely at some point. Okay, it just struck midnight, and it would be wise to sleep. He decided to give it 10 more minutes. After 30 minutes had passed, he sighed in frustration. He wiggled his stiff arm until it felt loose and rolled onto his side, feeling sweet relief. Listening carefully, he relaxed when he heard the gentle snores of the teen beside him. It worked well, and a part of him felt silly for not handling this sooner, but it was sorted now. With enough time wasted, he wrapped his arms around his pillow and finally fell asleep. In the morning, as he and Midoriya got ready for school, his mother was nowhere to be seen. She had been avoiding him since the green-haired boy arrived, and it wasn't surprising. It was easier to keep it together that way. He clung to the warmth of Midoriya, resisting the chill that his mother's presence seemed to cast over the house. His father must have been at work since he hadn't been seen at all. Bakugo threw his bag on and the two finally stepped out into the foggy morning. They were separated upon entering the school grounds. Bakugo was sent straight to Headmaster Nizu's office to reflect on his behavior, while Midoriya was allowed to return to class as usual, despite his reluctance. Bakugo wished to go with him, but after some pleading he accepted the decision and stepped away before he found himself in trouble for poor behavior. It was difficult to settle at first, his leg bouncing under the table, eyes darting around. He caught Todoroki's gaze and wandered over, falling into a deep conversation that helped calm him down. Meanwhile, in Nizu's office, Bakugo hung his head low, waiting for the meeting to begin. Mike wasn't there this time, only Nizu and Aizawa were present. He assumed Mike had updated his homeroom teacher about the situation. The door opened, and he froze when he saw his father enter and sit beside him. No one had told him that would happen. "Right, let's start this," Aizawa said. He wasn't particularly cheerful to be with his father at the moment, but it could have been worse. His mother could have been there. At least his father was gentler. Observing his father's calm demeanor, Bakugo felt a sense of reassurance. Nizu continued, "We have spoken to Monoma, and he won't press any charges. However, he requests some distance, so we can compromise to ensure you two aren't together often. You've been fortunate, as this situation could have been much more serious, especially for an aspiring hero like yourself. I hope you've reflected on this and can assure us that it won't happen again." Bakugo stared at the ground, feeling a nudge on his shoulder. "It won't. Good. You can go back to class now." Nizu smiled, somehow making it feel worse as Bakugo stood up and followed Aizawa to their first class. He thought it was over, and it seemed to be, but an important conversation awaited him later. Aizawa wanted Bakugo to settle first before discussing concerns about his family situation and, most importantly, his well-being. Bakugo resumed school, and no further issues arose. Things were unnaturally calm. His grades were acceptable, and no one seemed to have any lingering thoughts about the encounter with Monoma. Only one redhead pried but knew better than to push, so he kept his questions to himself. Everything seemed to resolve itself with time, much like rain. It was comforting to know that he didn't need to do anything for things to be okay. But as old issues faded, new ones emerged. On a Thursday evening, Mitsuki called her son downstairs, and he grimaced at the sight of her with glasses perched on her nose and a phone in hand. She was about to ask him a long-winded question, and it annoyed him. Despite that, he stood in front of her, giving her a chance. She tilted her phone and began to explain how she accidentally pressed a notification that took her to YouTube, but she couldn't close the app as it immediately redirected her to the settings page. She was a new user and wanted to go through each setting with him. What a mouthful. The two butted heads even over small tasks, like a piece of homework. For the line, you can make a triangle and find the hypotenuse, his mother advised. No, that's not the topic, Mom. We already learned a method for measuring distances on a line. Well, you've gotten it wrong, so clearly you don't know. Can't you figure out the hypotenuse? If you can't, then I'm surprised you haven't failed math. It's the easiest part. He hung his head low, glaring at the ground. It's not trigonometry. He recalled fond memories of their homework sessions, where he didn't learn how to solve the problem but instead learned to ask his teachers for help. Her old-fashioned techniques, coupled with her critical attitude, weren't helpful at all. He came for assistance, not another lecture. Maybe in his mother's world, the two meant the same thing. Back in the present, Bakugo scanned a bright, white page filled with text. He barely resisted the urge to groan. This felt like a waste of his time. She had her glasses and a sharp mind, so she could figure this out on her own. Did she really need him? At first, he relished the thought that he was better than her at something, with the competition between them running strong. She acted as if she was perfect and superior to him and his father, so these rare moments when he felt he was better than her were exhilarating. Unfortunately, he couldn't enjoy it because it led to her following him after school with that annoying phone and those glasses. It always ended the same way, though not as badly as this time. Once she was satisfied with her own settings, the blonde insisted on checking Katsuki's phone to ensure he was safe online too. He immediately refused, but she wouldn't accept it and insisted on at least viewing his settings. You ungrateful brat, can't I have a look at your phone? I do everything for you, she scolded, igniting a heated argument. No, it's my phone, and it's fine. I know how to handle it, the teen defended. She stepped back and groaned. Why does everything have to be so hard for me? Just once in my life can I have something? You and your dad get to enjoy yourselves every day. Just give me this. It won't even take long. She was raising her voice, and Bakugo tried not to let it affect him. He knew he hadn't done anything wrong. For goodness sake, Katsuki, give me the phone. You're being rude. Rude? He retorted. You were the one who started yelling. Was she serious? Oh, just leave me alone, she scoffed under her breath. You're really something. His jaw dropped. How am I being something? She didn't reply, pacing in circles with frustrated huffs. It was only a matter of time before one of them gave in, and the son held out his phone with gritted teeth. Just take it. Her tone softened. Thank you. She grabbed it and began to look around while he leaned back on the couch. He left as soon as she tossed his phone back and went to his bedroom, shuffling under the covers in the encroaching darkness. Don't be weak, you don't cry about this anymore. A few tears slipped from his eyes, but he quickly composed himself. He would never let her see him cry again. It was as if she knew the right words to hurt him, and he hated it. Why and how could she do this? She was his mother, meant to love him and be there for him like Inko was. She wasn't. She even condemned the loving behavior Masaru showed. They were originally going for a divorce, but who could know where they stood now? She didn't just use those sharp words on Bakugo. No, she mostly directed them at his father. It wasn't often that she attacked Katsuki, so he tried not to be ungrateful for that. God knows how he could cope with what his father dealt with. Almost every 2 days, she made him cry over something, reducing him to a pathetic state. Could he really blame his mother for it? Regardless of the obvious emotions, he struggled to understand his father. It wasn't tangible. One day he would blame himself and his poor life decisions. The next, it was his wife's fault for verbally assaulting him. Then there were times when it was Katsuki's fault for being unlike the other kids and having more baggage. It didn't take much for him to fall into a deep slumber that night, his mental state continuously pushed to the limit, where even the bare minimum of sleep felt luxurious. What am I? If not an offspring of a parent, birthed to continue the mistakes of the past? Another chance at life slammed across another soul, robbed. I never had a way around it. I will always be like her. I begin to hate myself like I hate her. We fought again, and words flew out of my mouth that she had molded. Pathetic, thick, stupid, useless. It felt like it wasn't even my voice as those words passed through my lips. It was her strings that pulled me, lulling me into what she would do. I didn't think twice. I didn't think at all until it was too late. My dad didn't show me that it affected him. He seemed used to it, which was awful. How many times had I done this sick joke before? More than I remember. I became what I loathed. Did I ever have a choice? The car passed through an amber light, sounds escaping into the air. I don't remember why he was frustrated, but it led to him stating I was just like her. I didn't think I was, not in this circumstance. For my nature to remind him of her makes me unsure of how different I am from that woman, if I am different at all. I already look exactly like her, act like her, and say things she does. He's just like me. It's like God repaid me for being with you because I don't know how I would have coped having a child like you, she taunted venomously at her husband. Wrong. She would never be right. Can't be. Please. I should have known better, done better to prevent myself from showcasing these traits that hurt. I've seen and felt what she's done, destroying our self-esteem, dragging us down. Without any second thought, I learned from my grandpa and passed it on. But she doesn't hit me, sometimes, only my father, in dire circumstances. She learned not to hit her child, so there's some progress. I thought that by knowing too, I wouldn't say these hurtful things, but I do. Always have. Why do I do it when it's so wrong? I don't want to live to be like her. I'd rather die. No miles run will save me from what I am, where I'm from. A flawed human being that gnaws on others, a predator. Where am I? It's hot. It's dark. I turn my head around, trying to see something that could mean anything, or why it feels like my skin is burning with each movement I make. Elevated uncertainty was all I could feel right now, and it was that I didn't know anything by being completely outside of myself. That is a lie, isn't it? I am not myself. I am just a crafted tool my mother made to further destroy anything that comes within reach of me. If it would make her happy to see it, then maybe there was some silver lining, but she didn't like that either. She resented everything and everyone in this life. Though, when she stands here and points at me with her bent finger, pinching her eyebrows together at my behavior, she looks scared. Another prolonged thought finishes as Bakugo gasps and squeezes his bedsheets. How many times has this happened? It's been more frequent than before, weighing heavily on his mind. The headache isn't helping his dull mood. He needs a break from all the thinking and obsessions. His brain begs for it. He keeps churning out thoughts until he physically can't anymore. Exhaustion that sleep can't take away, something beyond it. He's trying to forget, but life keeps bringing the same troubling idea to his fragile mind. He's just like his mother. It alters his view of himself and everything around him. It all feels more complicated than it should be, and he knows he'll never process it. It drives him into chaos, losing control because he can't calm down. Just like her. Monster. Evil. Abusive, manipulative. You'll treat him like that too. His head falls against the desk with a loud thud, pushing the question another student asked to another time of day. This recurring struggle always wins. Is it his thoughts or the people around him? He'll never know. The familiar blue walls surround him as the head teacher stares at Bakugo, focused eyes searching for something on his mind. Then he remembers the sheet and his eyes soften, unfolding his arms with a cough. Would you like to? He begins. The student finishes. Don't. It's fine, I'm fine. Sorry for being a pain. I'll stop now, promise. He sounds desperate. Bakugo, I am. Can I go now? He asks, restlessly bouncing his knees. No, after I say one final thing. He thinks the boy will object, so he pauses and then continues. I recommend you talk to a counselor. We have one here. Bakugo keeps his eyes shut, leaning back against the chair. That would be a waste of his time, so he refuses, just like his mother would. He's fortunate to leave without giving a response to Nizu. They leave it at being in consideration, though the student won't do anything about it. He'll do what he always does and bottle everything up until he explodes. It has worked for all his life, and nothing is different. He begins his walk home with music in his ears, a deep yearning he has felt throughout this endless day. The driving beats from Green Day's new album are incredible. He enjoys each song and has a feeling that the legendary rock band is making a comeback. He drums the chorus to his favorite song on his thighs as he passes an empty store. I never asked to hear your feelings. He plucks a few flowers off a bush and rips them apart as they fall onto the gray ground. I never forget a face that's quite so ugly. He shoves his hands in his pockets and begins to sprint as the clouds warn him of the storm to come. You know what would be nice? Some hot coffee, blankets on his bed, and scrolling through TikTok until his parents have another argument. It's all too much. One thing after another has led him to where he is locked in the bathroom, struggling to breathe. He can't stop the tears, scratching his cheeks until they sting. The yelling from the other side offers no comfort in his time of need. He's never this weak, usually. How did it all get to this? Where did it begin? Right? 3 hours ago. 3 hours prior, Bakugo sat on the couch with a remote in hand as his mother prepared a lamb roast for later. Mitsuki's father didn't visit often, about once a year, as the place wasn't to his standards, though she blamed her husband for putting him off. He was simply an embarrassment to the blonde woman and her family's suffocating standards. Katsuki thought the whole ordeal was ridiculous, so much effort and presentation for absolutely nothing. The old man was never satisfied with anything and loved to criticize anything that wasn't perfect. If Mitsuki realized that his gratitude didn't exist, they could give up this nonsense. If only. Katsuki had to give credit to his father, though, for still bothering to look after the old man despite their mutual dislike. Katsuki, get off your butt and put on a better shirt. He stood up and groaned at his mother. What's wrong with it? I'm comfortable and I don't think he'll care. Well, I do, she screeched. Change it right now. But why? If you don't get up there right now. He ended up changing his skull shirt to something more formal, a pale red button-up. Then, when he sat down, she found another problem. Go comb your hair, it looks messy. I literally did. She wasn't even facing him. Do it again. I don't want your granddad thinking this place is a pigsty. And even when he brushed his hair and tried to relax on the couch, she had more to say. Apparently, nothing he did was ever enough. She always found something to nitpick about, and it irritated him. Could she accept him, or was he that disgraceful? I'm going back upstairs, he announced. No, stay here because he'll be here any minute now. I'm not in the mood. Like we ever are, just seck it up. Not only was he angry, but now he was bored, sitting and waiting like a lost dog. He wished a portal would open up and take him back to school. Nizu's strange office was much better than this. The older man entered as if it were a hospital full of germs, almost holding his nose at the lingering smell. He pulled his daughter in for a hug and then went to his grandson, who hesitated. After seeing a warning look from his mother, Katsuki hugged his grandfather and internally cringed at the kiss on his cheek. He swiped the mark away, watching his dad shake hands with the older man, a bitter shake at that. It was painfully obvious neither wanted to see each other, but they had to. Masu, go make my father a cup of tea, will you? She asked, and he obeyed, blending into the background. Bakugo watched his grandpa's face of disgust as he slowly sat down on the worn couch, keeping his hands on his lap. To find some peace, the youngest indulged in his phone, scrolling through muted TikToks. But he was soon drawn into the passing conversation. So how's school going for you? He asked. Bakugo didn't realize the question was directed at him, heavily concentrating on a passage of text. Katsuki, he's asked you a question, his mother commanded. Oh, my bad, he apologized, but he could see the look of frustration on her face. Things were already heading downhill. Masaru shakily put the teacup down and turned to leave before his wife called out, I heard the kettle on for longer than a minute. What? I was just making sure it was. I told you to lift it up just when it starts boiling. Do you not know how expensive that is? Just think, she said, her voice calm but cutting deep. The two talked as if their guest wasn't there. Mitsuki's father was well aware of the chaos that unfolded in their household because she always made sure to call him and share every detail. He knew about the suspension Masaru went through. He was aware of all the trouble his son-in-law caused. He really didn't need to hear that much, but Mitsuki took pleasure in informing him about their lives as if they were a documentary. Just wonderful. Masaru mumbled. What? I understand, Bakugo's father repeated with more clarity. It's just something you can prevent. As she continued to rant, Bakugo felt an overwhelming urge to stand up for his father. He didn't agree with her, and it felt unjustified. She was finding any reason to be harsh, and unlike her, Bakugo didn't want to see his father upset. He kept trying to intervene, muttering, "Leave it," and "he knows, leave it," but she ignored him and pressed on. Thankfully, the old man brought up some irrelevant topic about the war, which provided Bakugo with a moment of relief as his dad likely retreated to his bedroom to gather himself. "You know, boy," his grandpa said, pointing at him to get his attention. "We barely could eat bread. Your generation has everything handed to you with your quirks and whatnot, yet you sit around playing on those phones. Spoiled. That's what I say." He successfully insulted the teen, who had no retort, ironically turning his attention back to his phone. "And when you get old, everything is hard and you're slow." Could he be any more negative? He sipped more of the tea. "And I can no longer run or sleep well. I think I'll be gone in a year." Mitsuki immediately interrupted her father. "Of course not. Don't be silly, you're very healthy for your age." Bakugo felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, though he wasn't sure why. He sat there, watching as his emotions threatened to spill over. "Your father? He is lazy, isn't he?" the old man chuckled. Bakugo couldn't help but smile at the teasing. He wasn't completely wrong. "Yeah." But soon, regret washed over him. "He makes your mother really stressed. You both need to go easier on her. She has a lot going on." There she was, the woman wearing a cynical smile. She looked off into the distance, but there was an undeniable truth behind her words. It felt like an insult not only to his father but also to him, and he couldn't stay quiet any longer. "I haven't done anything." What do you mean by both of us?" "I haven't done anything at all. She's been causing problems too." It was almost comedic how quickly her expression shifted from pride to scorn. "You do not swear," she yelled. "I'm sick of this. Leave my dad alone. You upset him too but never admit it. It's always other people. You shut your mouth right now. You." "Mitsuki!" her father cried out, trying to console her. But Bakugo stormed off and darted toward the bathroom, slamming the door shut as he sat against it, unable to lock it. His palms crackled with energy as he took deep breaths, trying to calm himself after the buildup of emotions from the day. The adrenaline coursed through him, and he felt disoriented, his senses out of sync. His mother banged against the door, but he couldn't feel it, nor could he hear his grandpa's calls. It was all a blur in his mind. A leaking smudge on a damp piece of paper, almost begging to be ripped apart. As it began to tear, tears streamed down his face as he curled up tighter against himself. He couldn't quite pinpoint it, but something strange lurked nearby. Occasionally he would turn, expecting to see a figure staring back, but they always vanished just in time. The itch of unease couldn't be reached, making him more desperate. Would he ever find a chance to rest? What if he was doomed to live in a state of constant anxiety? School was meant to be his refuge before returning home, so he refused to give up and pulled his bag back on. He went to his next class and finished his work relatively early, allowing him to lean back and chat with his friend Kirishima, almost forgetting the strange feeling from earlier. Kirishima waved and left at the end of the lesson, and Bakugo exited the classroom, only to be blocked by a girl with curly hair. He looked down at her glare and sighed, accepting that things would never be easy for him. "Come over, I want to talk to you." "Whatever," Bakugo replied. He followed her into an empty room, and she shut the door, turning to face him with no trace of friendliness. "Shouldn't be a surprise. Listen, I wanted to talk about Deku." "Well, no kidding. Now explain to me why I shouldn't just tell you to leave." He crossed his arms. "It's not like he'll talk to me, we're done, so you don't need to worry. I'm over that, but I know you two are together. And I still care about him, so I'm advising you to leave him alone. He has his goals and doesn't need you bringing him down." Bakugo found himself at a loss for words, his mouth shut tight. He could only watch as she leaned against a bookshelf. You can do the right thing and let him follow his dreams and find happiness. It won't be with me or you, and I think you know that, right? Nothing came out of his mouth. He couldn't disagree or refuse her statement. He stood frozen in place as she didn't spare him another glance and left him behind. Then the room went dark. Not again. He gripped his hands until his knuckles turned white and shook his head as everything kept changing and he couldn't stop it. He couldn't stop anything. He could only make it go. Was he staring at a mirror? His initial thought was that the person he watched was too small and young to be a reflection. It was his younger self. The boy didn't notice the teen and wandered into the dark blue forest. Bakugo felt compelled to run after him and managed to stay close enough to see him take the left path. His past stamina was impressive. He was nearly out of breath by the time he reached a blocked end of tree trunks. However, the boy was no longer in sight, and he scratched his head, spinning on his toes until a dark oak door seemed to appear out of nowhere. It was strange, but the only thing to do was walk through it, which sent a gust of wind his way. He landed in his room, which was a brighter blue with Lego sets scattered around and his giant goose teddy that guarded him while he slept. Finally, his eyes caught the younger version of himself, and he observed as if he were at the theater when a less aged version of his dad trudged inside. He could smell the alcohol immediately, but younger Bakugo seemed oblivious to it. Perhaps he didn't process it? Nothing was exact in this strange place his mind had built. He recognized that this must be a memory he was witnessing. He couldn't touch or make himself heard. The younger boy tilted his head, pausing his Lego hotel construction, nearly finishing the third floor's bathroom. The man had a half-full suitcase and continued to fill it with belongings from Bakugo's spare closets. "Daddy?" the boy asked, pinching his eyebrows. "What are you doing?" The man was stunned to see his son and coughed, zipping the suitcase closed. "Listen, Daddy will always love you. But he will be back at his home. You can always come visit. Okay? Love you so much." He knelt and kissed the worried child on the forehead before leaving. The door to the memory pushed the current Bakugo out, and he sighed, shaking his head and standing back up. There he was, facing the 3 pathways again. This time, he chose the middle pathway, which was different, with streaks of glowing yellow among the dark blue, wrapped like vines. He nearly hit a bush, pushing his arms out to balance as he looked down. The vines above successfully captivated him. He spotted a similar door with yellow and walked inside. The second room had his mother instantly in view. She was leaning over a crying boy in the middle of a scolding. His arm was burned, and the nearby stove was the culprit, but she blamed Bakugo. She had warned him firmly not to use the stove at just 4 years old, but he wanted to help make her lunch while she was sick on the couch. An egg was cracked, and his other arm rested on the hot stove. His sudden shrieks brought his mother over, and she was not pleased. Her yelling made him cry harder, hyperventilating as he struggled to breathe, overwhelmed by her screams. She grew impatient and raised her arm, striking him across the face, where no other sounds could be heard. 2 small, frightened eyes looked up at the figure of an enraged woman. She wasn't his mother at that moment, something else. She rarely hit him, only giving slight smacks when he was out of line, and she never appreciated his cries. It only made her angrier. Bakugo felt disgusted when the memory ended, wanting to cough on the ground until he felt sick, but the feeling soon passed, and he could stand again. 1 path and door remained, and to finish it off, he walked swiftly down the grass where pink flowers waved at him. The pink-dotted door passed him, and he stumbled into the mist. Like the other 2 times, he found himself at his house, but this time it changed as the boy he watched was slightly older, around 13. He sat on the couch with his head hung low while his mother looked unimpressed. "They want to refer me to the mental health system to talk to someone," he said, his voice higher-pitched, a remnant of his pre-PBRTY days. He felt the eerie silence as the woman processed what the 13-year-old had said. She simply sighed, "There's nothing wrong with you. I don't see anything. To me, you're just a normal kid." Then the anger crept in. "Why did you make them think that or agree? You should have talked to me about this." "Mom, I want to talk to them. I feel sad a lot." "Nonsense. The other day you laughed so much that your father and I couldn't even watch television." You can't just choose to be sad. He groaned and sank further into the couch. I still want to go. They won't help you, you're just wasting people's time. Bakugo remembered how that conversation ended. He declined the request, and therapy never happened. His mood wasn't discussed until a year later, but that was another memory, and he felt his nerves were at their limit. He needed to keep managing in school, making sure his issues were concealed from those around him. After all, this was his way to escape the troubles of his home life and find a purpose. With his list checked off, he felt ready for his second lesson and prepared, waiting outside the door because he was relatively early. The previous class walked out, and the teacher noticed him hovering at the window and gestured for him to enter. He went to his seat, unprepared. The man adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. Where is your homework? Bakugo's brow furrowed. I haven't done it yet, there was no visible deadline, so I... Well, if you were listening last lesson, you would have known it was due today. He wasn't shouting, but his tone was condemning, which affected Bakugo more than he expected, though he couldn't understand why something so minor would bother him. All he could do was keep it together. There was no way he was that weak. I can do it today, he replied. You will do it today. I want to see it. The teacher glared at him. Bakugo paused, staring at his book as he placed it down. Would he really let one teacher upset him? Really? The other students entered, and he sat down with them, starting to zone out as he thought of his mother. The teacher sounded just like her. Maybe that one thing broke past his glass wall. The blaring lights hit his head as the teacher briefly scolded the others for not completing their homework, but Bakugo was lost in thought. He refused to cry, digging his nails into his skin to regain control. He kept at it until the fuzzy feeling subsided. The idea of success flickered in his mind, but memories of his mother's words, immature, weak, brought him back down. Tears welled up, and he blinked furiously to dry them, but they kept coming. You like being sad, attention seeker? Unable to stop the tears, he covered his eyes, hiding his vulnerability from the class. It was embarrassing to break down in front of everyone, but here he was feeling pathetic. He sniffled quietly, keeping his hand over his face as the lesson continued around him. Students asked questions, and the teacher answered, oblivious to his struggle. The hour dragged on, and when the teacher announced that they would continue next lesson, Bakugo stood up with the others, packing his things even though he hadn't used them. As one of the first to leave, he turned away from the school gates. He had more classes ahead, but mentally he felt drained, his hands shaking as they cradled his phone. In desperation, he dialed the one person he needed for comfort. His mother accepted the call, her voice instantly softening when she heard his tone. What's wrong? You only call me during emergencies. I just need to talk to someone. I feel terrible, he admitted. What happened? She asked gently. He recounted everything that had happened since he arrived at you, bracing himself for her usual scolding for overreacting. But to his surprise, she offered her support. After a while, he sank into his seat, watching the sky change colors as his mom drove past a supermarket. When they reached the ice cream shop, she parked the car and they stepped out. Bakugo shoved his hands into his pockets, following her inside. The door chimed softly as they entered, and he hovered over the display of flavors. His usual favorite was cherry bomb, with its sizzling aftertaste, but today he wanted to try something new. He scanned the options, torn between blueberry cheesecake and chocolate mousse. His mother, growing impatient, asked, Are you ready? I can't decide between these two, he pointed out. Get a scoop of both, she suggested. But we usually get one, he protested. I know, she sighed. Today was tough for you, so you can have both, all right? As they settled back into the car, a grin spread across his face. Was it from the delicious ice cream or his mother's kindness? He bit down on the spoon as they pulled onto the main road. The sky, ice cream, and evening drive created a sense of harmony within Bakugo. It was a small moment, but it meant a lot to him and to her, strengthening their familial connection. Despite its flaws, this time together reminded him that positivity could be found even in difficult situations. He pressed the button to turn on the radio, connecting to an indie channel. After a few moments of drumming along to the beat, he recognized the song. His mother had introduced it to him, sharing her love for music. At first, he had rolled his eyes at her choices, but secretly, he had grown to enjoy them. This song was no different, though it made him cringe when she said it reminded her of him. Affection from a mother? Can I get back to my loneliness? I don't know what to do with all the happiness that you're giving me, the lyrics played. He finished the last spoonful of ice cream, dropping the remains into a bag and gazing out the window. But it seems that in the end I mess up everything, and it's killing me slowly. He hadn't noticed those lyrics before, blinking as he turned to look at his mother. She drove calmly, hands on the steering wheel, seemingly at peace. He wondered if she felt the same fears he did. Did they haunt her too? If so, she should have known how to treat him better. Where we're going, this doesn't matter, the song continued. Both of them struggled to open up to each other, but the music created a bridge of understanding. Bakugo saw her as a flawed woman with compassion beneath her tough exterior. They were similar in many ways, which helped him make sense of her through his own experiences. He could never find the words to express it, but he still loved her, even when she made mistakes. It wasn't even a full day later when he found himself caught in the same cycle of hurt and pain. Yesterday had ended beautifully, with the sweet taste of ice cream and a warm bed, but today brought demands to work harder, leaving him feeling inadequate. He did his best at school and preferred to leave his work there, but that wasn't enough for her. She needed him to study at home, and her constant nagging overwhelmed him. As he left for school the next day, she boasted about how much he was like her, an observation that did little to lift his spirits. He couldn't face his boyfriend in class, not because anything had happened between them, but due to his own tangled thoughts. The way his mother treated him mirrored how he treated Midoriya, and the realization made him feel disgusted with both her and himself. He wouldn't allow himself to become like her. He would let go and ensure that the other was happy, unlike she did. She kept his father locked away, but he would never do the same with Midoriya. He didn't want to think any longer. He was frustratingly tired of this. His mind wouldn't quiet down when he needed it to. So, acting on a whirlwind of emotions, he pulled the green-haired boy aside. I think we should break up. I'm not able to be in a relationship. I can't handle one. It isn't you. You haven't done anything wrong. It's just that this has brought me genuine joy, and I know that good things don't last. I've come to realize that this won't last, and I can't let such a beautiful memory be tainted. I'll keep you in my heart, boys. But it's best to end things while they're still good. It's inevitable. I don't need a relationship, I just want you. I've always wanted you, Izuku proclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Bakugo's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. I don't understand why you want it with someone like me. Kaken, he sniffled. You won't truly understand because you aren't me, and you view yourself so harshly. But I see someone who has shaped me into who I am. No one is perfect, and that's what I appreciate about you, you're real. And yes, you push my buttons, but you give me purpose and a life. We can pause the romance, but I can't let go, not before, not now, not ever. The two shared tears as Bakugo stumbled forward, kneeling with gritted teeth, his body trembling. Warm arms wrapped around him, holding him close as they always did. No matter how many times he tried to push people away, Izuku stood by him. It never made sense to him, and perhaps that was what kept him so fragile, a dagger piercing through his cynical view of life. It allowed him to feel and embrace instead of succumbing to the bleak fate he believed awaited him. Eventually, the adrenaline subsided, and the blonde shivered, slowly moving his lips. He pressed a gentle kiss to the side of Izuku's forehead and held onto his shoulders, despite the warmth flooding his cheeks. I will always cherish you, but I can't let myself hurt you. You'd probably say something like I never have, with those bright eyes of yours. I know I need to get help. This has taken its toll on me, my mom. I will wait for you. I know you would, Bakugo said with a tearful smile. There's a lot I need to work on, and I know therapy is unavoidable. But when I turn 18, I can go on my own and maybe even move away. I just need to learn to breathe, you know? Seeing all this chaos at home every day, I'm scared I'll end up just like them. I can't, Izuku. He sounded desperate, almost pleading. Was that the root of his fears? Bakugo sighed and continued, "Once I can be better, for myself and for us, then we can be together. Okay?" He squeezed Izuku's hands, noticing the pain in his eyes. He felt the same heartbreak, a deep ache in his chest, but he was better at hiding it. His home was like a circus performances, masks for the public, gaslighting without any breaks in between. Bakugo didn't hear another word from Izuku after that, nor did anyone else. It seemed the shorter boy had mentally locked himself away to process what had just happened. Bakugo couldn't blame him, he never could. Walking to the end of his house, he looked up at the navy-painted sky above him. His mother was nearby, yelling at someone as she washed the leftover dishes. His childhood friend remained with him, through thick and thin, and for him, he would hold on and keep fighting against life's challenges. Whether they stayed friends or became something more again, the future would tell, and he was content with either outcome. Alas, things continued whether we wanted them to or not. So they kept fighting. Each lifeless day would eventually give way to a better one. Hand in hand, they would keep the flame burning.